Yeah.
Yeah, not in Dairyland and only whereas you're
I'm gonna
gonna.
plug you in.
Oh, if you wouldn't mind.
I'm over here.
I know,
There's
the
the
only ones that are
height-
still open now are
Professional
Wisconsin
first.
and
Really?
Yes, I know.
Minnesota, I think
That's
they're
what I'm all about.
finalizing, but I'm not. NCEA, yeah.
I can get out of here without falling down.
And it's in Michigan, I think.
The worst in what way?
Utility process.
Yeah. That sounds done, so that's super helpful. Well, we just.
Yeah, we'll see what the smooth process is with how soon it gets put in.
Yeah.
Statute, I talking to, Heather from Elevate and Kathleen from there, I don't wanna put anything out there to celebrate. Like, done, yeah, if they're like, this is Wisconsin, we never know. But I was wondering if, yeah.
Makes sense.
Based on. Yeah, how long ago that comment period was. Yeah. But. So, sorry,
It says it's like the PSP is building codes and the type of word is it?
Yeah. I don't know, comment on that. All of those comment that I feel. That feels like the first like real success in that.
Yeah.
Class.
Really? Progress.
Oh, big success, yeah, big success.
Okay, cause I think you've had a couple.
That was, it's been like 2 years when Chamber from the hill, it's just gonna be like a short number of tests.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I read it.
Waiver after waiver, bad, the worst case of it was correct.
Test 1, 2.
Yeah, I'm actually, I'm just gonna pull it out. Okay.
Yeah, Richard Heinman. Richard.
We're just gonna sign it to.
Yes, I can hold it. Just this. You
guys are allowed to.
Well, we just took. Jens and Derek. Oh, okay. That's not really care. Oh, they do? Thanks. There you go. I got it? Yeah. It was just, I don't have much hair.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, I've been sitting all day.
For you. Got it. You could see what I think of everything.
This is. We're doing this special, but both Trustee Kim and Terry Brammer, they gave her deals with the environmental.
I knew Trusty was leaving. It says on the-
It's so curious, because he
My-
got for.
Oh, my.
So. It's okay. I know, I don't kind of know. You get away.
No, I can't consider.
I was
I'm so exciting and
I want to stay in Rio J, but she's didn't ask me, so.
She didn't ask me either.
Is she ready in Milwaukee or she's?
Yeah, it's on her like this year. Yeah.
Arm out, I did. Wine running.
Oh.
So if you go. Yeah.
Yeah. And I don't know, maybe it's the stress.
Very fine spread.
Feel to that.
It'd be easier. Go work in a car factory. It shows. Yes. No, it doesn't. Make widgets. Cosmic dogs. All over again. Good, are you?
I don't know, I can't do everything. I was feeling this house and
So we're, what?
I don't think guys very much, other than this.
In what, how do you mean?
Doesn't mean anything. This means you have everybody messing with my clients or. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. We're just lying in the weeds.
Yeah, and.
No, we-
Everything goes on. Yeah. Yeah. Depending on who they are.
Yeah. Well, maybe you should give me a list and I can. Something I don't know about. Yeah, so this.
I did,
was really fun.
Friend of mine. Actually, Dave knows her, just started this allergy. And she's testing for. I think else in my brain. So she says, I think back in a while, she was in that shape. That's her. Yes, she's selling it. I mean.
Okay, yeah.
So you're right on the theater on percentage. Yeah.
It's the only one. So.
I still remember running into the same fucking airport.
Good morning, this is Mike Newberg, you can see, just ready and Rob Bailey to the Zoom, I was checking if, you know, you're connected with which party you're with.
They're lost.
You can unmute when you're live.
Clearly they're struggling.
Rob.
Yes,
I'm just curious if you could let me know what party you're connected with. Yeah.
Rob Malley representing Dairyland Power Cooperative.
Kieran, okay, great, thanks. All right, I don't know, I searched on the service list, didn't come up, I don't know why. If you are there, thanks, so let me know.
Morning, Judge.
Yeah.
I just got a copy on you.
Sure. That's the whole application?
Just the narrative.
Okay. Wait a second. What happened to the?
Streamlining. It's an AI summary.
Yeah.
I found that. I just want AI to write the EIS
Why not?
for agencies, should. At least the first draft.
It's got pages.
We're getting a lot of people joining on Zoom, which I expected, so just checking them in their party affiliation. Entered. Give me a minute or so to get that done.
I have no.
I just, you need to take that.
Anyone recognize Sonia Semron? Doesn't sound like affiliated with a party. But it's Sonia.
Do they used to do? Like here.
Yes. Changes of, your opinion, it's right.
No, that's good.
Mr. Heineman, I don't seen it stuff here. It's just me. Yeah, first time.
Yeah.
Right.
You can't keep track.
Goes back and forth.
Yeah.
We got that, okay. I just wanted to make sure we have all this.
Well, Sonia, I just accepted you onto Zoom. Can you just give me your party affiliation, who you're connected with, please?
Yes, I'm with SMMPA.
All that for that name is, yeah, so we're going, well, question is. Yeah. Oh, okay, you'll have the. Yeah, but it's not. That's right.
Thank you.
There was.
I know, thanks, I know, really, and this is.
Yeah.
This must be about it.
Right. I think the way of things.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
What was it?
Okay.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah, it's fine, it's not right.
Okay. We have another. Should respond. But there's a big. Oh, Steve. It's just. I don't.
Yeah.
Okay. Hopefully, yeah.
10 a.m., but I'm just still checking some people in, so another minute or so, let the Zoom connections die down a little bit, and then we'll get started. Let's slow down, yeah. So just wanted to check in with, oh, I guess he's not, I was reading where. I think we have all the parties connected. So you're back on screen. John, if you could please turn your background off when it's your, when time for you to take the stand. So John Bellick. You don't really, and witnesses don't really need to be on screen right now, with the attorneys, but if you have trouble turning your screen on and off, that's fine. Just keep it on. We're gonna let the waiting room collect some people until we get our preliminary items done first, but let's get started. So welcome, everyone. This is docket 5C 157, the joint application of ATC and NSPW for authority to construct what we're calling the Grid Forward Central Wisconsin project. My name is Michael Newmark, Administrative Law Judge for the PSC. Welcome to the PSC hearing room for many of you again in recent history. And for the new parties, welcome to our facility. And we also have people joining by Zoom. So I think that Zoom connection is working well and they shouldn't have any trouble there. Fingers crossed. We're here for the party session. We're calling party session, which is where we take evidence from the parties and commission staff, and those witnesses are subject to cross-examination. And we are asking the members of the public to observe the party session over our YouTube live stream. If you cannot connect, you wouldn't be hearing me now, but if you cannot connect, then the public is welcome to call into Zoom. We do have a number on our notice of hearing with that information down here. But we will be meeting next month for the public sessions, Tuesday, September 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. We'll be in the field, in the project area for those public sessions to take public comments live. And we're also receiving public comments in writing. Those comments are due September 8th. They need to be received at the commission by September 8th. They can be filed through the commission's website or by US mail. And the details on how to do that are on our notice of hearing. So that's how we proceed with that part of the hearing. But let's move on with party session. We'll take appearances first. And we do have our service list. So let's just start in alpha order with ATC.
Brian Potts and David Zappo on behalf of ATC.
Okay, thanks. We'll get down the list here. Okay, Citizens Utility Board.
Good morning, Daniel Narby, for the Citizens Utility Board, and Corey Singletary is appearing by Zoom.
Okay, thanks. This is off the record. So you guys, sorry, I need to share that mic, but if you want to just move it around so we can, yeah, maybe just get it more towards the middle, and then move it towards you guys, because yeah, you got to kind of get right in front of it. All right, back on the record. Clean Grid Alliance.
Elizabeth Wheeler for Clean Grid Alliance.
So, okay, off the record for a second. So I do have you on Zoom as well. There was a e-wheeler that connected to Zoom. Did you? Is there someone else connected to that?
No, that's me. Should I disconnect?
Oh, I guess I don't care. I don't know why.
Sure my expert was there.
Oh, okay, that's fine. Okay, back on Clean Wisconsin.
Good morning, Katie Nicola for Clean Wisconsin.
There you go. Dairyland Power.
Rob Malley for Dairyland Power Cooperative.
Daniel and Cindy Dorst.
Eric Olson of Eminent Domains LLC for the Dorhorst Tranche.
Of course, okay, thanks. So EM32 Holdings LLC. They making an appearance today? Nope, okay. 4 Evergreen Incorporated,
Mark Balfus is here for
Okay.
Evergreen.
All right, and so off the record, yeah, it looks like your connections. Okay, just a little, you look frozen there, but I think you're just being really still, so there we go, okay. Make sure you're online, all right, great, thanks. Virtual wheels should not be on the service list, I don't know why that's still there, so, MISO.
Richard Heineman, on behalf of MISO, and we also have appearing by Zoom, Jeff Small and, witness Donner.
You just-
Witnessed, I'm sorry.
Donner,
Okay, thank
Caroline
you.
Donner.
Is your mic on? I'm not sure.
I think so.
Yeah,
Oh, you need
Yeah.
to be close from
Oh,
the
yeah, I will be closer.
thanks, NSPW.
Good morning, Lisa Agramonte on behalf of NSPW.
Pickard, Steve and Chris? No? PSC?
Sophia Rogers for the PSC, Kayla Golden is no longer at the commission, so she should be removed.
So this must be an old, sir, I apologize, I think I may have a different version. This is not the current version of the service list. But there is one somewhere, so have no fear, I think we have an accurate list. In the system, but just the one that I displayed here is not that one. But anyway, Randall, Joseph and Travis. Renew Wisconsin.
Sure, Palawish for Renew.
SMMPA Wisconsin.
Sonia Smeared on behalf of SMMPA Wisconsin, appearing for Jack Herder, and then witness Jeremy Sutton is also on Zoom.
Thanks. The Archaeological Conservancy.
Lindsay Scott here for the Archaeological Conservancy.
Thanks. Village of Maryland.
Good morning, Judge Krista Westerberg here for the Village of Maryland, and witness Ruck should be on Zoom.
Yes. We.
Good morning, Your Honor. Steve Heinzen for Wisconsin Industrial Energy Group.
Whippy Energy.
Mark Bender for WPBI.
Yeah, that's it. Wow. Okay. Yeah, so I just apologize for that old service list. I do want to just assert here, remind everyone that Forever Two Wheels was denied party participation. We'd accept them conditionally, but then they did not respond to my request to provide proper contact information. So without that, they weren't able to participate. And they were, I ordered that they be removed as party. So that's all documented, but for whatever reason, I just picked the wrong list. And of course, that had consequences, because it just couldn't be a simple mistake. It has to have some deeper meaning here, but it doesn't, it's just an accident. All right, so we got that done. So let's move on to usual preliminary items. I was just curious, we have a number of parties that aren't participating. And I think the way the written testimony has progressed, there seems to be, I guess what I'm trying to get at, it might be useful if the applicant can just describe to us if there's any update or any position it's taking with certain parties that we haven't heard from, or perhaps there's been sort of maybe not agreement, but agreement to disagree among some parties, because it seems like the testimony just kind of stopped at some point where, for example, Forever Green, it seems like the way I read it, they're advocating against the alternative. And the applicant is, to some extent doing the same thing. So I don't know if there's a disagreement among the parties. And if we could just have a brief overview of any description of that kind of situation that the applicant can give us. And doesn't have to, I don't want to put you on the spot, so if you can't answer, that's fine, but there's just a few of those that we weren't sure, I wasn't sure if there was any controversy or anything the commission really needs to consider when it comes to some of these parties. So just going down the list, we do have a few that didn't have any testimony. So I don't know if there's anything the applicant has to say about those parties. And really just in terms of the landowners, I think the other ones are here at least, but for EM32 Holdings LLC, is there the applicant have any information about that party to give us, or?
Not that I'm aware of. I do think the other party you were talking about, there was some discussion on the record because the project doesn't actually go on their property, the forest green. And that's all I'm aware of, there being communications. As a policy, the company doesn't usually communicate with parties to the technical proceeding outside of the technical proceeding.
Okay, yeah, and then for Joseph and Travis Randall, any information? No,
not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Yeah. And then, so is this only to see, so what about Stephen and Chris Pickard?
No, I don't have any information on these landowners.
Oh. Just seems odd. Didn't know what was going on. Okay. All right. So let's move on to the offered evidence list, and let's just ask for the usual preliminary thing. We can go off the record for this. Any errors or omissions to the list? You just start with the applicants and well, start with the applicants. See what happens.
So we didn't have any for ours, but someone noticed that Befeld under commission staff has been spelled in a couple of places. Befeld us. There's an extra A on the direct and on the party witness name.
There's an extra S. Oh,
or extra A, I think. On the left.
So you're talking about the cap witness or the?
No, I'm talking about the commission staff.
Yeah, that's that cap.
Oh, yeah, sorry, but it's listed under commission staff.
No, you're right. You're both right. That's it. Oh, yeah, that's. Okay, I wonder. I don't know if that's how that might be how it appears on her, so I'll just put a note for that.
No, it's an error.
It's just an error.
I didn't see anything on Zoom, but I heard him speak. It seems.
So.
Raise your hand, Steve.
Oh.
He just needs to know where you are.
Oh, you're direct,
There you go.
you're,
Hiding back.
no, you were directly, well, I'm sorry.
We talk a lot there.
I heard, well, I know, but I heard your name and I didn't see you up there. Sorry.
No, it's okay.
No, that's all the applicants have. Any other parties have corrections to the list, the way their testimony is listed?
No corrections to your document, but we have one error, witness Coble misidentified a witness's last name. And should he just introduce that on his direct, or can we ask to correct that now?
Well, yeah, let's wait for that.
Okay.
Yeah. How about, so for comments? Any questions about the comments? Start with the applicant, and then we probably need to go into some detail about what I'm talking about here, but.
I don't think we have any questions, but if you want, I can answer some of the questions that you've raised in the comments.
Okay.
For
So
example,
in terms of like probative value, because there may be some that the witness will need to. Well,
Yeah.
let's get on the record and have you do what you want to do. So let's get on the record and have the applicant explain some of the comments that I left on the offered evidence list. Go ahead, Tranche.
sure, I was looking at just number one. The first comment asks to have a witness explain something, and we can do that. The second comment asks about the midpoint.
Yeah.
And that is actually identified in section 1.1 of the application, and it's called the golden spike.
Oh.
So you can find it easily.
I did not notice that. I thought it was just, what was it, point of connection, right? I did notice point of connection. And I forgot to delete that. I found it, but golden spike's even better.
I didn't come up with that.
Good to be creative.
Yeah, so the other one, I mean, most of these I think we can handle.
Okay,
I know NSP had a comment on number 1, and then I have a comment on number 5, but.
okay, so yeah, my document actually doesn't have the numbers. So, which witness were you?
Sorry, this is still the application. The last comment is about the SIMPA memo understanding and term sheet,
Yeah.
and I was gonna defer to NSP.
Okay, yeah, right, that makes sense. Go ahead.
Thank you. You may recall in the application, there was a note that SIMPA, Wisconsin, and would have a passive ownership interest in the NSP portion, but that no agreement had been finalized. Ms. Ashman's testimony said that those negotiations are still ongoing. I can represent that over the weekend, a term sheet was fully executed, and Ms. Ashman will describe that document and the status of the investment, and also ask that they be named as permittees under the CPCN at this claim.
Okay, excellent. And then we'll have that exhibit marked, Ashman can provide that as an exhibit.
Yeah, we can do it by exhibit.
So
Yeah,
let's just mark that now. And now is Ashman 1, Ashman, right?
All right, well, I go with Ashman 1, get it served and filed for the hearing.
And just so I understand, the terms sheet is a step further down the road than the memorandum of understanding.
Yeah, Your Honor, I will clarify that there were different names of the document that the parties were seeking to reach agreement on. This is the first fully executed document. So
Okay.
we'll just go with the term sheet, you know.
Oh, thank you. So the applicant witnesses are gonna appear, even though there may not be cross for them, although there's probably cross for most of them.
Yeah, I think all the ones that are relevant to your
Okay.
comments are gonna appear. I did have a couple or 2 more questions.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
So on Basky, there's 2 comments. One is about the procedure. And we will file that after the proceeding. And then the other one is asking what the witness is quoting. That's a stray voltage order from the commission from the 90s that he's referring to. I don't know if you need us to file that. I don't know if we have. Yeah,
You know, if you have a copy,
I think it's on the PSC's website.
is it the one?
Yeah, so we can provide it as an exhibit if you want.
Let's just do it. It's, those orders are they're difficult to find, and there's kind of a ambiguity about where all those documents are and where they're coming from, so.
I think this one is under like the stray voltage section of the PSC's website.
Yeah.
Is where that one came, not from Irv, but
And because it's, yeah, exactly. So because it's not on Earth, let's get it in the records so we can, so I'll just call it straight voltage order. I know there's
yeah, that's not a problem. And then, the last one I had was on Valentine. You had a question because some of the figures were hard to read.
yeah.
And there is another map already in the record in data request 10.7. That has better or is clearer. So I don't know that we need to add anything to the record there. But if it comes up in a proceeding, you can pull up DR 10.7.
And that'll show both figures 5 and 6.
That's my understanding.
Okay. And then to the extent, and that also would that also be able to supplant the Maryland Ruck 5? Is it the same information?
The Maryland Ruck 5 does have some different information, and it shows the road right of ways a little more clearly. And parcel names and owners. I did look at, I don't know that Valentine or the DR 10.5. It refers to some other maps, but I'm not recalling that it has the maps in the response itself. Or if they're an attachment.
Yeah, the number I have is 10.7, but maybe what you and David can talk offline and we'll figure out.
Yeah, it
Before
refers,
Jake gets up on the stand, and then we can handle that. To make sure it's clear and everybody has everything in the record they need.
And then what was so it's a DRR, is there a citation you can give me?
A 10.7 is the data request response. I don't have the PSCR number.
Is there the initials before it though? Are they all the numbers unique or is it?
They are unique.
Okay, right, the 10.7 will be. So we'll have to see how it plays out, but yeah, it would be great if we could get, one map that rules them all, but if we can't, then as long as we have something that's clear that we can see that's well.
yeah, and just to that, the 10.7 refers, what I was talking about is the July 25th, 2025 supplemental response on page 3, and it says that the maps showing the proposed route are provided as GFCW DR10 reroute. And I don't think that's attached here, and I don't know if that refers to a different document. It's not in the record.
Let's go off the record.
Right there.
Is there a PSC reference number?
Sorry, Judge, yeah. It is 556115. The attachment with the maps.
So I have that as JT 10.2.
That's not a,
JT 10.2.
is that an attachment or just a regular?
Well, this is that, we can build it out to make it an attachment. Currently, it's one of 2 documents identified as PSCW JT 10.2. So we can make a new row for that.
So are you referring to a map? That we were for the reroute?
I think I just was referencing the IRF number that you listed off. Did I get it wrong?
No, I'm sorry, I misheard. Sorry.
Just to confirm, what was the IRF number 556115?
That. Yeah, that's the one.
Okay.
Yep.
So what's missing from this would be the parcel names. Is that the owner names in the village's perspective?
Yes, and the I think the road is, Kovar Road is depicted better on our maps. But it is marked on here, but it's kind of hard to see from the applicant document the extent of the road. And it's which is issue relevant to the right of way issue.
I don't know if the right of ways are on the applicant map, are they? The existing right of way, so it's like, is it a railroad right of way that?
This is the village's alternative route around the village, and so it goes north of the railroad on Kovar Road on the east side of the alternative route. Along Kovar Road.
But according to the applicant, it's the reroute segments. Right, it's like a periwinkle color.
Yes,
Okay, so I don't. So I thought one of the right of ways was the railroad. According to the village's map.
yes, there is a portion of the village's reroute that does track a railroad, but more of it tracks the Kovar Road.
Right, I just don't see on the applicant's map that there's a right of way labeled on the applicant's map, so that's. So the only map with the right of ways is the village map, so, no, okay. Where do you see the right of ways marked?
Oh, well, if you're looking at the attachment, Judge, we do have Kovar Road labeled there on page 4 of that PDF. It's kind of, it might be hard to see, but
Yeah, I see that.
yeah.
But I guess so where is there a right of way mark on the map? Like, is it a designated in the legend where we're looking at a certain spot that says this is the right of way? It's
For the road right of way?
Is it just the road right of way?
It's just the road is the only thing depicted. There is another map we produced in response to the village's discovery that depicts the transmission right of way.
Okay,
But there's there's any map that depicts the road right of way aside from just the road.
so what let's see. So what I saw for the village, maybe I'm just reading this wrong. We just need to get clarification. What I saw as the village map is that I thought this read right away for the railroad, for example, but maybe that I just read into that. So, so does the village map or Ruck 5 indicate right of ways in some like designated on the map somehow, or you know?
it depicts. If I'm understanding your question, Judge, the green line obviously is the proposed reroute. And it doesn't depict, I guess the best page on this exhibit that illustrates what I'm talking about is the second page of the PDF, where it depicts Kovar Road in that kind of pink. And that doesn't show up as clearly on the applicant's map. So it shows that road right of way more clearly than the applicant's document. And it shows the Jackson County ownership as well.
Okay, all right, well. That's fine, okay, so we can't really replace or use the map, it looks like, that's fine. I think what may be useful though is if we have, let's just get on the record and. Because we want to have these maps in front of the commission and easily accessible, let's enter in the record the map from the applicant as well as an exhibit, even though it is in the record as a data request response, just for sake of convenience. It's probably better just to have it on its own. So I think that would be Valentine too. Okay, great. Valentine 2 will be give a PSC number again, let's just get that. I think it's 556115. All right. Okay, so the other questions I think the witnesses can address,
115, Your Honor.
one. I'm sorry, just say it again, then.
115 at the end.
556
Yeah,
115.
okay. Got it.
And then, Your Honor, we didn't have any other comment on the witnesses, but you did have a question for the end about discovery responses, and all of the discovery responses have been filed.
Okay, so that was the attachment A. What does it play at this point?
It's just listed in bullets at the bottom of this document. There you go. The second to last bullet says, are there any discovery responses not filed on there? The answer is no.
Great, thanks.
And that's all I have.
Okay. So that's from, is that for both applicants then in terms of discovery?
Yes.
All right. How about that other question about the alternate route with respect to Silver Mound Historic District? I think there was that something that we have available.
Yeah. And so I was gonna defer to NSP on that, if it's on their portion. I'm not sure.
Sorry, Your Honor, which comment?
This is the entry we're down.
One moment, Your Honor.
Yeah, sorry. Off the record.
David has come to the rescue. There's a map.
Oh, we're off the record a second. Yeah, you guys ready?
Yeah.
Well, you want to,
There's a DR 1.1, the PSC reference numbers.
okay, look, I know it's got on the record and just put that out there. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Zappo. PFC reference 534143. Through 49.
I'm sorry.
It's 143 to 149 at the end of that
Oh.
PFC reference number.
Yeah.
If you'd like, Your Honor, we can just add those as exhibits to Valentine also.
Yeah, let me just make sure. So I'm just putting that on the screen here. It's so we can go off the record. It's 53 41 43.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
We're 49.
And that, and oh, the roof, so all of them.
Yeah.
49. Oh, no, I understand. Okay, great. Yeah, why don't you bundle those up and make them Valentine 3? That's great. So let's put that on the record. So we're gonna mark Valentine 3 will be an exhibit that will include PSC reference numbers 534143 through 534149. Okay. Okay, and then the one other note there, the bullet point is that looked like we had some people referring to the Village of Maryland using the incorrect identifier, should be VOM instead of VM. So wherever you see that, you'll want to refile it up to your testimony. I think that might just be, could just be Valentine or one of the applicant witnesses, but there may be more if they didn't want to go through everyone and check. Make you guys do it this time. Wedland actually is the site. Then. Okay, so we have a couple of documents we received within the time frame that could be offered today. So that's good, but we did have, just wanted to mention the field change request policy that applicant is claiming that's confidential, but you know, usually the standards are you want to make sure you do your efforts to keep it confidential. And part of that is to encrypt emails with those documents. So that's in the FMO to protect everyone. But if you're sending confidential information by email, it should be encrypted with a password. So that's in the that's instructions are in the FMO, and I would expect people, if they do wish to claim something is confidential, part of that claim is we've done our efforts to keep it confidential. So with emails, unencrypted emails can be intercepted. And today's world, who knows who's watching? So I would make sure everyone adheres to that standard. It just weakens your argument that this is really confidential and we really want to keep it confidential. Make sure you review the FMO and all requirements because it's for everyone's benefit. Is that all the issues with the applicant in terms of the offered evidence list? Okay, so let's get on the record. Well, we do this off the record, sorry. Any other questions about? We are on the record, okay. Oh, you can go. Well, you gotta get off and just ask if there are any other questions about the comments.
Judge Mizo has a couple of questions.
Okay.
For you. So you had a couple of comments with respect to our testimony, which were the same comments that we addressed last time. So I just wanted to clarify. So we'll deal with the hyperlink issue for errata. So we'll file errata testimony to remove that hyperlink.
Did you already do that?
We filed errata. We haven't filed the actual
You'll update it.
testimony.
Yes,
After the proceeding.
Yeah.
But then the second one had to do with that question that had been asked for cross-examination. And so we assumed that was answered in the last proceeding, but this is a different proceeding, so we didn't know how to handle that, to be honest. So the witness and PSC staff, attorney Rogers did a cross-examination last week to get that into the record. The answer to the question in your comment. But it's our understanding that no cross-examination is planned for this proceeding, so again, we didn't know how to handle that. We're prepared to do the same cross on the record. Witness Donner is prepared to do that if that's your desire, but we needed clarification on how you plan to handle that comment.
That's great. So just so you know, the first point of contact for procedural questions is the PSC assigned attorney. So anytime during the process, feel free to contact that person. Throwing one to the bus here, Sophia, but feel free to can connect with the commission staff and figure that out ahead of time, which is that would be the best practice for everyone to recognize. But what I would expect is that if the witness knows the answers now, because they've already gotten the questions from the last proceeding. So if they wanted to present that as additional testimony when they get on the stand, say, just the question would be like, can you further clarify why this information is not CEII, and it's happened to give the answer they gave in the last case.
Okay, we can do that.
Oh,
yeah, but thank you.
Staff doesn't.
So there was another, so that was all that was in the comments from my side.
Your Honor, Jeff Small, if I may, we don't, MISO doesn't have a desire to supplement testimony. We've had that answer in in response to cross-examination. So if it's not needed for cross-examination, we have no need to supplement our testimony.
Okay, well, I mean, you have an attorney here in the room, and we just came up with a plan, how we're gonna handle this. Do you want to confer together offline and come up with a position for the party? Or do you just want to comply with what we've already decided to do?
We're prepared to do the testimony, but I guess I did not understand from the plan that you just discussed who it is that's going to ask the question, because ours.
Why don't you guys?
We can confer and we'll handle that when the witness is on stand.
Okay, thanks. Okay, so any other parties have questions about the comments?
Party, but commission staff
Yeah.
had a couple more things. One was, I realized, witness Rainier is, gonna be, his testimony will be adopted by witness Kraft. But I'm not sure why there's no. There was,
That was a. That's it.
okay, there was, you had it before, and I can give you the reference numbers because I have printed out your, okay, so that was.
But ignore that, it's in the doc, we have it in there, just got deleted by accident.
Okay, so, Kraft will adopt that and I'll give some background on why, and then, Mark Ripki realized, based off of the revisions required last time, that he needed, to add the not record evidence disclaimer to his exhibits. I think we would like to do that even though it wasn't required by this document.
Right, that's, okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, we can, yeah, that's fine.
Thank you.
Were parties informed that Kraft is substituting for?
Yes, they were.
Rainier?
Couple weeks ago.
Anything else from staff?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
So I do want to also mention, for Sempo, Wisconsin, we have that issue with the changing of testimony. And I think we will get that document in the record, but what I mentioned in the comment was that the additional testimony really is not an errata, it's not a correction to testimony. That should have been filed as supplemental direct, most appropriately, I think. So why don't, instead of filing that as, let's see. I think at this point, we just won't correct the testimony. I think as it was filed, it was correct, when it came in on direct. So the Sutton testimony, the fact that it's changed now, we'll see that in the Ashman exhibit, and then the applicant can explain that on the record. The extent that Sempo, Wisconsin wants to add to that, they can do that on the stand at that point. But in terms of the correct, this really shouldn't have been filed as errata. It's new information. So I'm not going to accept the change to the direct to reflect that update.
This is mirrored for Sempo, Your Honor. We were prepared to comment on that during testimony today, so we can do that and correct the filing.
Oh, great. Yeah, so when you do make the revisions to the Sutton direct, just ignore that. I think there was two offered corrections. Just ignore that second one where you're adding into the and changing the test. And that's all my notes. Anything else we need to address before we move on with witnesses?
Judge Krista Westerberg here on the notes at the very bottom of the document. You had asked if there were any other discovery responses that are not filed on IRF. The village has filed its written responses on IRF, but there are some attachments in the second set that are not filed, so we can get those filed if that would be the preference.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the last thing you said.
The attachments to the second set can be filed on Earth, if that's what the comment is getting to.
Yeah, well, I mean, what it's really getting to is that all discovery responses are supposed to be earned. So when you're filing, when you're serving parties, the responses, they should also be earned. And as we discussed in the last case, when you file, it's certification that you've served, so there should be filing and service occurring at the same time, so yeah, so get whatever you have served as a response into Earth as well.
Will do, thank you.
Anyone confused about that? Any party? It's applied to everyone. All right. So it looks like a lot of people want to take the stand on day one, believe it or not. I was very surprised to see that. No one was offering to go on Thursday instead. But I think we can fit everyone in. And I don't know if we need to, I mean, basically, I can fit everyone in who wants to go on day one. We'd probably have to delay the applicant witnesses. So I don't know if that's necessarily appropriate, but I think we do have a number of witnesses that have no cross. So what's it, CGA, renew? So, but yeah, I guess there's, well, myself, we understand, and Ruck. So we can take the ones without cross now, or if the applicant's willing to take them all, and then we'll just go do applicants next after.
Yeah, we do have cross, I think you know this for Ruck. But yeah, we also have 4 witnesses between HC and NSP that there's no cross for. So I'm hoping we can get done today, we'll see. But we don't have any cross for those other witnesses.
Okay. Yeah, so for the witnesses we can excuse, the ones that want to take, need to be here in day one. I think Goggin was, there's questions, any questions for Goggin? We can go on the record. Any questions for Goggin? No, okay, so we can excuse Goggin. How about Kel? Excuse Kel. Sutton. There was, I think they wanted to make a statement. Did you want, who was the attorney for them?
Yeah.
Samran, did you want to call your witness to take the stand, or I think there was clarification you wanted to make, right?
Yes, I can. Are you referring to Sempa? Yeah, I can call our witness to make that clarification on the stand today.
Okay. Befeld, did you need to call Befeld? You
Yeah.
want to call? Okay.
Well, she's been identified for cross, I don't know.
Yeah, we have.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, so, yeah. Let's just go through. So are there any applicant witnesses that have no cross?
So I have marked down 4, Holloway, White, Hodgson, and Aurand, AURAND.
Did anyone have questions for those witnesses? I'm missing one, I think. Aurand, Holloway,
White.
and one, is there one?
Hodgson.
Okay, so
Was said Holloway, White, Hodgson.
Yeah.
And Iran.
Sorry.
that's off the record. Did you have questions for Iran?
No.
Sounds familiar, no, okay. It was. All right. How about Singletary? Any questions for Cub?
I apologize, I was responding to something, Your Honor, forgive me, Could we go back to the applicant witnesses? Oh, we skipped down. to the- There we are, Kolarat, we have cards for Kolarat, the Valentine wetlands.
Yeah, the green are the people we're
Oh, thank
going to excuse.
Right,
So
sorry.
you get the green light.
Okay.
Singletary, any questions? Yeah.
Are you back on?
Yeah. No, we'll just wrap up at that. Again, we already said. Bella? Questions for Bella? Gallagher? Dorhorst? Do they want to take something? Actually, it's up to you, but any questions for Dorhorst? Dorhorst? Gerani? Iravani, yes, thank you. Questions? Delicus? Oh, no. Scott, any questions for Scott? Ruck, yes. Dr. Rocca? And then staff you'll call staff.
We felt it looks like her name's still in the first column needs to be.
Yeah, we'll fix that later,
Okay.
but we're calling staff if they can, and she'll go early.
That's right.
Any cross for staff witnesses? You had some questions, right?
I did, let me see here, was it, it would have been whatever we emailed them.
Okay,
Yes.
so we'll wait then, and
First
Staff will
backup
be
is just
called.
Befeld. That you emailed.
Befeld, yeah, okay, I'm sorry, I just became confused if she was staff, because she's with Dad, Kath.
It's a good. Reachable confusion, she's part of commission staff, for the purposes of this proceeding, but at DACA.
Okay,
Yeah.
perfect.
so let's excuse our witnesses, then we'll get on the record. So Aran, Hodgson, Holloway, White, Singletary, Goggin, Bellick, Gallagher, Dorhorst, Gerani. I just,
Dorhorst,
Dorhorst, I just have it spelled wrong, I think that's wrong.
is it wrong?
I don't know, Bellicus,
What was the word? After Dohorst? You're running.
Iravana. Bellicus, Cal. Scott. Rocca, and then we'll take the rest of the commission staff. So this means that you don't have to call your witness, you can verify by affidavit, and you may call them if you wish, but you don't need them. So let's take our morning witnesses or our day one witnesses first. Start with SMMPA Wisconsin, witness Sutton. And call them to the stand. See you there. Great spot. All right. See you there, witness Sutton, just unmute your mic. Excellent. Raise your right hand. You swear or affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I do.
Go ahead, Attorney Stemwood.
Thank you, Your Honor. Could you please state your name by whom you are employed?
Yes, Jeremy Sutton, Southern Minnesota Municipal Power Agency.
Thank you. In this docket, did you file direct testimony and errata testimony?
Yes.
Is that testimony and exhibit true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
If I asked you the same questions in your pre-filed testimony and errata testimony, would your answers be the same?
No.
Do you have any additions, modifications, or revisions that you would like to make today?
Yes, in my errata statement, I stated that the status of the negotiations between SIMPA and the sponsor was at the term sheet stage as opposed to the MOU stage. That was a premature statement to make because the term sheet had not been finalized. As of Friday, August 15th, 2025, a term sheet was signed and executed by and among WIPI, SIMPA, Wisconsin, and NSPW.
Thank you. I offer the witness for cross-examination.
Okay, and it's just my understanding when we get to it, that term sheet will be offered and received as Ashman Exhibit 1.
That is my understanding, Your Honor.
Yes.
Great. Any questions for the witness? Not seeing anyone. Thanks very much. You're excused.
Thank you.
So we'll. Is Befeld ready to go?
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh,
Next to dinner.
all right, raise your right hand, you swear or affirm, so the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I do.
All right, go ahead.
Witness Befeld, did you prepare and file or cause to be filed testimony and exhibits in this docket?
Yes.
Are the statements and representations in the testimony and exhibits that you filed true and correct?
Yes.
Do you have any additions or modifications at this time?
No.
Open to cross.
All right, I think, well, let's start with any questions from the applicant, no interveners, go ahead.
Good morning, Ms. Befeld. My name is Attorney Eric Olson, and I'm here representing the Dorhorst family. How are you today?
How are you doing?
Terrific. Is it okay if I ask you a couple of quick questions here?
Yes.
Wonderful. Are you familiar with the location of the Dorhorst farm, the Danson Dairy?
Yes.
Are you aware that our clients, the Dorhorsts, are making the claim that if the Arpin substation is expanded as is projected in the preferred route, that they believe that their dairy operation would be displaced as a result of that activity?
Objection to the word displaced, the lay term for what you're getting at.
Are you familiar with the term displaced, Ms. Befeld?
And again, this is a legal term, could be avoided at this, we went through this last hearing. Could you give a plain meaning of the term instead of using a legal term?
So let's go off the record for a second. In the last hearing, we did use that term though, didn't we? Or did we have an issue? I mean, we discussed that, I believe, but
Yes, Your Honor, what we did is I think discuss both displace where somebody might want to leave because of the infrastructure versus having to leave, which triggers the Relocation Act. And that is, I think, the distinction Ms. Rogers is trying to get at, and I would agree that that distinction would be valuable for the record.
Okay, so with that information, can you distinguish between, well, let me finish. With that information, can we distinguish between the place? Wait, let's get on the record now.
Okay, Ms. Befeld, in your work, do you opine on agricultural impacts which may be caused by projects such as the one that's being considered in this docket?
Yes.
As part of that work, do you opine on whether or not specific agricultural operations may or may not be displaced?
Objection, same objection.
I've been reminded there might be a term relocate that might be a better word. Could we just get a different term so that there's no confusion here?
I mean, if you want to define what you mean by displaced and then ask for both scenarios separately, that would be, at least it would end sort of an idea of a compound question. We could have a specific question to one form of displacement versus the other, or use a different term. That's fair.
Okay, so do you have an understanding of what it means to be, to have to, is the objection like a vague or a compound?
I think to give you direction, I think I'm hearing it as being a compound problem because there's two different definitions of displacement that. And so it may just be clear for the record to be more specific about what you mean.
Okay, Ms. Befeld, do you understand that sometimes as a result of a public project, an agricultural operation may leave the place where it currently is and either be discontinued or go to a different place?
In a general sense, yes.
Okay, and what would you call that? What term would you use for that?
It depends on the specific, it depends on the specific situation on whether they need to be relocated as depending on the structures or if they determine their operation can no longer continue for whatever reason because of a project.
And let's talk about the first case. Tell us about that.
In previous projects, in an agricultural impact notification, an applicant would have to send to us, they would identify whether an operation or a structure on an operation would have to be removed or relocated due to the location of a structure. In most cases, that is because, say for a transmission line, that would be it would have to occur where there is already a building, and that would have to be removed.
So what terminology would you use for that?
Relocation or removal.
Okay, so do you understand that in this case, and then you spoke about a second scenario as well. I'm not sure what terminology that was, but if you could expand on that for our benefit here, I would appreciate it.
I do not have a specific term for that. It would ultimately depend on what the landowner determined was feasible for their operation or the future of it, and not necessarily what a project initiator would determine based on the location of their project.
So the second scenario is more of a real world scenario, what would you say?
I would say they are both real world.
Okay. So in either of the real world scenarios that you've just discussed, in your professional opinion, is it possible that either one of those would apply to the Dorhorst dense and dairy owned by my clients in this case?
I'm sorry, Gary.
Owned by my clients in this case?
I'm gonna object as speculative. I mean, it sounds like he's asking this witness to testify about what the Dorhorst are gonna do and what they're likely to do, and I'm not sure how a dat cap witness is the right person to answer that question.
Okay. Yeah, you may need to build, if anything, maybe you need to build foundation on that.
Did you, Ms. Befeld, did you analyze the impacts to the Dorhorst dairy operation that may occur as a result of this project?
I analyzed the agricultural impacts to the farm operation based on information we were provided by the applicant, and also reviewed a response to a questionnaire that we had sent to the farm operation in question, of which neither had noted that they would be relocated due to the project.
So the testimony was not, the
That was
testimony before, okay.
Yes.
Okay, so at the time that analysis was made, the testimony in this case wasn't available yet. True?
Yes.
Okay, with the benefit of having the testimony now available, what is your position at this point in time on whether the Dorhorst Denson dairy could be caused to be relocated as a result of the expansion of the Arpin substation?
Same objection. I'm not sure that laid any foundation. I think Ms. Befeld just said that she hadn't reviewed any of the stuff related specifically to the Dorhorst. At least hadn't reviewed the testimony at the time.
Yeah, well, I'll grant that objection, but I guess the foundation I'd be looking for, like inner experiences, when do people feel the need to relocate it? Does it compare to this situation? You'd have to have a lot more information involved in that, so.
Ms. Befeld, let me just ask a couple quick questions here. After the point in time of your original analysis, did you later review the testimony of Brad Dorhorst and Professor Rosa Ravon?
Yes.
And after looking at that testimony, did you also review the various filings in the docket that, at least to the extent that they related to the expansion of the Arpin substation?
I cannot confirm that I have read them all, just for lack of not being sure if I have.
Right. Did you make an attempt to?
Yes.
Okay. And after having made, done those things that you just described, how does the situation that the Dorhorst will be facing, should the Arpin substation be expanded as it's planned under one of the proposed routes in this case, how does that compare to situations where you've seen relocations of dairy operations?
Objection. I'm knowing where Attorney Olson is trying to go to, and I'm very concerned that the way the questions are framed are going to lead to an incorrect record. And so leading to relocation is still vague, as the witnesses described two different circumstances where someone may need to relocate, one because the project requires it, and one where the landowner determines to leave. And I think all the questions need to be clarified in a manner so that we're not mistaken in reading the clear record when we have transcript.
And staff, whatever was compound, I have one more objection that I forgot. But
Okay, well, yeah, that's fine. I think that's grant the objection, but I think I think more to the point is, I think we still don't have a foundation that this witness's experience in seeing situations that occur where there's relocation involved, and what goes into the decision-making process for landowners to come up to that conclusion, or the applicants to, depending on which relocation we're talking about, what triggers what. And I hesitate to say we usually are pretty expansive on cross-examination, but in terms of getting more background on what this witness's experience is, that's something that could have been presented on or discovered. So I don't know if we need to, how much time we can really spend now investigating that right now. But if you have a few pointed foundation questions to that effect, we could probably satisfy everyone, but if we can't, I just gonna have to, we're just gonna have to move on, so.
Okay, let me try just a couple of questions here and see if we can do this. Okay. Ma'am, you were the author of the AIS, correct?
Yes, one of them.
One of them. And the function of the AIS is to estimate the probable impacts on agricultural land and operations due to the project, correct?
The purpose of the AIS is to provide a summary of potential impacts to agricultural operations and recommendations to mitigate them.
And do you have experience in estimating the impacts to agricultural operations like the dance and dairy?
It depends to what effect you mean. We can describe the direct impacts as we understand it in information provided by the applicants, as well as responses to the questionnaire.
And what analysis, if any, did you make of the Dorhorst dairy as it may be impacted by the project?
With reviewing the direct impacts, which would include the expansion of the substation onto cropland, that would include taking valuable, or I should say, highly productive farmland out of operation. That is the main direct impact of approximately 12.5 acres. Beyond that, there are potential indirect impacts, which in our analysis included mainly based on the questionnaire response by the Dorhorst, such as issues relating to potential for stray voltage, loss of access to another parcel, which we can further refer to the AIS appendix to dive into that.
Did you review the proximity between, so the new infrastructure and the Dorhorst improvements on their property?
Are you discussing
can you-
future? Sorry.
Can you be more specific? What do you, was this part of the questionnaire provided to DACAP, or is this something else?
It would have just been the map. The distance between the barns, the house and the new infrastructure.
Sorry, I can't hear you. The distance between.
The improvements, the barn, the house, the booking parlor and new infrastructure, it would just be looking at the map and looking how far the things are, the physical structures are from one another. Did you look at that?
We reviewed the location of the project compared to where it would fall on to the affected parcels, and the Dorhorst questionnaire response did note that it was close to their agricultural buildings.
Okay, and so then in terms of estimating the potential impacts on agricultural operations, which is, and potential I suppose mitigation measures. Was a specific analysis made as to Dorhorst or no?
An analysis did reflect on their concerns, which were analyzed within the AIS. We did provide general recommendations for mitigation strategies for concerns listed, such as stray voltage and the like.
Okay, and as to those mitigation measures, would you agree that those mitigation measures may or may not, in any given case, fully remediate a problem if it occurs?
Like, what mitigation measures are you referring to?
Well, the ones that the witnesses just testified that she
Yeah, oh, I'm gonna roll call that. Who knows what she meant? Okay. So we're gonna read back the question.
Question, as to those mitigation measures, would you agree that those mitigation measures may or may not, in any given case, fully remediate the problem if it occurs?
It would depend on the problem, but I would say that they are not all encompassing to every issue that could arise.
Thank you, that's all I have.
Okay, any other questions for this witness? Redirect?
Yes, Your Honor. Witness, Befeld, in reviewing the Dorhorst testimony, did you revise any conclusions that you reached in drafting the AIS?
I did not.
Okay, and does the AIS go into every landowner, does the AIS, contain conclusions regarding specific landowners, or is it more of a summary document?
We review every questionnaire response that we receive back and compile data that is included within the AIS, but we do not describe every situation for every landowner within the AIS specifically.
Okay, and were there any mitigation recommendations regarding this property?
Specifically called out for this property? No.
Any that apply as to stray voltage, EMF, or the taking, potential for taking?
Yes. Upon reviewing every questionnaire response that we had received, again, calling back to how we reviewed all of the data points collected based on those concerns, that did inform the recommendations that we provided in Section 5 of the AIS to apply to the degree knowledgeable that we have to remediate potential concerns and issues.
Okay. Thank you. And is there an order point recommendation that you're aware of that would be relevant here?
Could you clarify what you mean by order point, like when we recommended?
Well, there's discussion. If you're not aware of it, we can get it in for someone else that I'm aware that you've made some recommendations regarding stray voltage.
I'm a little confused. What are we? This is redirect. Are we clarifying something that we need to clarify based on the process?
Well, yes, I mean, the questions were about the analysis specific to this property, and I think it is relevant to get in what the recommendation regarding stray voltage is that's offered. It's in the AIS section 5.
Okay, that makes sense.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, so our, oh, sorry.
It's,
I think
we can call it in, yeah. No,
we're
we're fine.
good. All right, any other redirect?
No.
No, okay, all right, great, yeah, I think we have everything we need, but thanks for joining us, and you're excused.
Thank you.
Okay. Going down the line here. Witness Donner from ISO, we can take Donner next. Let's get this set up here. Great, I see you there, and just need to, do you need to unmute or are you using the mic? Okay, perfect. All right, raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
All right, great. So is it Attorney Hyman, you'd be asking questions? I'll be asking questions.
Mr. Donner, can you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
My name is Jeremiah Donner, D-O-N-E-R.
And did you prepare and cause and file direct testimony in this case? Is it a direct my donor?
Yes, I did.
And was an errata filing submitted for your testimony following its original filing with the commission?
Yes.
And what was the nature of the errata filing?
So the errata filing was to update a footnote to correctly refer to the exhibits and add a link.
Thank you. And I do have one brief clarifying question for you. And this pertains to 2 pages of your testimony, pages 23 and 24, in which you discuss N1 and N11 contingency conditions. And so it's just a brief clarification or supplement from the record. Regarding those references in your testimony, can you explain why the N1 and N11 contingency conditions are not considered critical energy infrastructure information for CE?
I'm sorry.
CEII. Thank you.
Yes, I can clarify that. So the thermal violations described in my testimony refer to the facilities that experience overloading as a result of those N-1 and N-1-1 contingencies that were identified in the planning analysis, and are not the elements that are actually described in the contingent event. In the discussion of contingencies, my testimony only summarizes the number of contingent events that result in reliability issues, but does not provide any further details of the equipment involved that would be considered CEII. For contingency information, the definitions containing detailed equipment names are generally considered CEII, and those are provided by the transmission owners who make that determination. MISO preserves that CEI designation and excludes those details in the material that MISO releases.
Thank you. Do you have any other corrections or clarifications to your testimony?
No, I do not.
And if I were to ask you the same questions in your direct testimony today, would your answers be the same other than what you just provided?
Yes.
Okay, Your Honor, the witness is available for any cross-examination.
All right, thank you. Just wanted to mention, I think I heard the witness say that the errata was to add a link, and I believe it's to remove the link.
Yes, to remove the link.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, otherwise, any cross for this witness? Nothing? All right, well, thank you, witness donor. Thought I'd get it. Donor, I appreciate you testifying and appearing today, so your excuse, thanks very much.
Thank you.
I know. Next one. We have more involved witness now. Ruck, we have, we're still pretty early on here, so let's take Ruck and then we'll see how long Ruck takes us into the afternoon. So I don't know if we got you on the line here. Yeah, I see you there. So let's call witness Ruck and so I'll swear you in, raise your right hand. Please swear or affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
Yes, I do.
Okay, now hang on, let's just go for a second. I think this thing better if we might do. Alright, appreciate it. That seems to actually work, but I don't know. All right, maybe we can, you might need to speak up a little bit, because your volume's a little low on our end, and I don't know if I can fix that. All the way up. So, let me swear, yes, so you're all sworn in, and I'll give you, pass you to your attorney, and we'll start. Thanks.
Good morning, Mr. Ruck. Would you please state your full name for the record?
It's Christopher Ruck.
Would you please spell your last name?
W-R-U-C-K.
Thank you. And are you the same Christopher Ruck who submitted direct surrebuttal and exhibits 1 through 5 as part of the testimony in this case?
Yes.
Are there any changes or additions you would like to make to the testimony as it has been submitted to date?
There is one correction. It's going to be the server rebuttal, page 4, line 9, where it states the applicant remains concerned about the impact on the apartment building. It should be the village. Up
Okay,
one
I'll
more
correct it.
page.
Up one more, 4.
Yep. And then line 9 right there.
All right, thanks. Okay, back on the record.
Are there any other corrections or additions you would like to note at this time?
No.
And if I were to ask you the same questions other than that correction today, as presented in your direct and rebuttal testimony, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
The witness is available for cross.
Okay, so just a question for Attorney Westerberg. Any reason why we didn't have that correction in Kolarat?
That was an oversight on my part, Your Honor. Thank you. Sorry about that.
Oh, thanks. All right, so questions for the witness and the applicant have questions. So let's begin with you.
Thanks, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Ruck. My name is David Zappo. I'm an attorney for ATC in this case. How are you doing?
Good. How are you?
I'm good. It's nice to meet you virtually.
You too.
Just had a couple questions regarding your testimony. So I think you stated in your direct that you're the zoning administrator and the president for the village of Maryland. Is that right?
Yes.
And you also own and operate an information technology business, correct?
Yes.
And what's the nature of that business?
We provide IT services for businesses and small government.
And a bit about your educational background. You've got an associate's degree in information technology, correct?
Yes.
And then you've also got a bachelor's of science and a master's?
Correct.
Do you have any formal training as an electrical engineer?
No.
Are you licensed as an electrical engineer in any state?
No.
Do you have any formal engineering training of any kind?
No.
I want to ask you some questions about the reroute that the village has proposed in this case. The village, well, Judge, can we pull up a document? I can give you the ERC number.
Okay, let's go off the record. So this is something, is this the discovery document that is shared, or is this something in the record?
This is something in the record, Judge. This is the map that we were discussing earlier. That's an attachment.
Yes, okay, yeah, let me set up for that, and yeah.
Sorry, the applicant's map or the village?
Yeah.
Thank you.
So read me that PSC number.
Sure, it is 556115.
And then we're gonna mark this, it's already been marked, but is that the Valentine 2?
I believe so.
Yeah, that's Valentine 2. So we can refer to it as applicant's exhibit, EX applicant Valentine 2 for the record. So we can keep that consistent. I can display it here for now.
Thank you, Judge. And I'm looking on pages. I can be part on page 3. Says for better.
Oh, so is that so it's just let's get on the record, and if you could just explain to the witness what they're looking at with the exhibit number, and then we can proceed with the question.
Sure, thanks, Judge. Mr. Ruck, we are looking at on the screen what's been marked as exhibit applicants Valentine 2. The ERB number is 556115, and we're looking at pages 3, PDF pages 3 and 4 here. Would you agree that this depicts the alternate route the village has proposed around the village of Maryland?
Subject to form by this, can you be more specific?
I mean, I referred to the page number. Okay, all right, yeah, fair enough. So on the exhibit that we're looking at here, it is the line, I think it's a blue line. That proceeds north from the railroad tracks, just west of the village along the railroad, and then dog legs east around Kovar Road. Would you agree that that is the route to reroute the village has proposed?
It looks just like this, yes.
Just for the record, that line we just discussed, is that been labeled in the key as reroute segments? Is that?
Thank you, Judge, yes.
Okay.
Okay, so Mr. Ruck, we don't have to go through all that again. If I call that the village's reroute or the reroute, you'll know what I'm talking about.
Yes.
Okay.
And off the record, just witness Ruck, just want to know, can you see the screen share okay? Just give me direction if you need me to zoom in or move something around.
It looks good.
Okay, all right, great, thanks. Okay, get back on the record.
Okay, and Mr. Ruck, the village had requested that the applicants develop this map and environmental impact cost and other information for this reroute, correct?
Yes.
And why did the village make that request?
Subject to the extent the answer would call for attorney-client communication or attorney work product.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not interested in any of that.
Oh, yeah, so please proceed with that. I guess I'll overrule the objection, but yeah, that you don't want to just answer the question.
And object to foundation to the extent this is a discovery request as well. It was a written discovery request.
Don't understand.
Good.
I think that Mr. Zappo is asking why this was a question rendered in a written, why the village asked for this information, and that information was requested in a written discovery request. So the applicant, that's a document developed by council, obviously.
I see.
I'll just note that the discovery request and our responses are attached as an exhibit to Mr. Ruck's testimony. So.
Okay, that's fine. I guess, I mean, you're just asking for the village's rationale for asking the question. Is that?
Yeah, I'm just wondering why they asked the applicants to prepare a map and impact information on the reroute.
Okay, well, why don't we go ahead and answer that witness round?
Essentially to clarify, because the answer originally provided was very vague. So this provided additional detail, such as costs, impacts, and so forth.
Okay. Where did the village come up with the idea for this reroute?
I came up with it as an option to go around the village. There's limited other options beyond the secondary route.
And by secondary route, you mean the alternate route that the applicant proposed?
Yes, the alternate route. Kept it as close as possible to the original route, with the idea of reducing other potential impacts, such as increasing costs.
And what criteria did you use when offering up this reroute?
I guess wouldn't say specific criteria beyond it being sparsely populated. At least half or most of Kovar Road specifically is not traveled. Most of it's not even paved. There's county land through there. And then for the remainder, simply following wooded parcel lines. And then, of course, the railroad.
Do you think it's fair to say that one of the primary criteria the village used was designing a route that would avoid the village?
Oh, correct.
Did you consult any data sources to calculate the environmental impacts of this proposed route?
Objective form.
Overruled. If you can answer that, please do.
I would say no. I essentially looked at our GIS and identified what I thought would be a good alternate route around the village, or the reroute segment in this case, and followed parcel lines like I previously explained, and that for the most part is the extent of it.
Okay. Did you, at the time you developed this route, did you attempt to estimate the cost of the proposed reroute?
No.
Okay. Judge, can we pull up one other document? I can give you the earth number.
It's off the record. Is this something then in the record, or?
It is, it's a data request response that's in the record.
Okay, and it's a staff data request response.
Yes.
Okay, go ahead with the
It is 556114. And I want to go to page 3.
And was this one of the other documents we're separating into a different exhibit, or?
It is not, Judge. This is just a data request response.
For the benefit of the transcript, it's AC 10.6 and AC 10.7, the same. I don't know which one it.
Yeah, I'm going to be on 10.7 on page 3 now.
Oh. Oh, okay.
Okay, so yeah, so we can get on the record if you can direct the witness to what we're looking at, and to the extent we can, let's not put PSC reference numbers on the transcript, but if you need to, that's fine. Sorry.
Thanks, Judge. So, Mr. Ruck, we're looking here at the applicant's response to commission staff data request PSCW-AC-10.7. And Your Honor, if we could scroll down a bit to that table. Mr. Ruck, have you previously reviewed this response?
I've seen it once.
Okay. And in this response, the applicants are calculating the environmental impacts of the village's reroute. Is that consistent with your understanding?
That's what it appears to be.
Okay. Sitting here today, do you have any reason to dispute the calculations that the applicants put in this table regarding the village's reroute?
No.
Judge, if we could scroll up just a little bit. That's perfect right there. So Mr. Ruck, in the first paragraph there, just below July 25th, 2025 supplemental response. We see the applicants calculated the incremental cost of the reroute as approximately $6.6 million, correct?
That's what it says.
And again, sitting here today, do you have any reason to dispute the applicant's calculation of the incremental cost of this reroute?
I have no way to dispute that.
One other question on this reroute, Mr. Ruck. Can you say approximately how long it took you to develop the reroute that the village has proposed?
I'd say maybe 2 hours.
Okay. I want to talk a little bit about your direct testimony. And Judge, maybe we should pull that up on the screen because I'm going to be referencing some of it.
Sounds good. Let's go off the record for a second. All right, let's get back on.
Thank you, Judge. So Mr. Ruck, we're looking here at your direct, and I guess I'll point you to page 5, lines 27 and 28. Where you claim that the project runs behind a vacant village property that has been discussed as a location for future development, correct?
Which line specifically again?
Line 27 and 28.
Before I answer, you're talking about the primary route?
Yes, that is, yep, right.
That's correct.
And the village's discussions regarding development on these properties have been preliminary in nature, is that correct?
Yes.
There's no developer committed to undertaking any project on these properties to your knowledge, correct?
Not at the moment.
And there is currently no timeline for development or construction on these properties, is that correct?
That's correct.
I'd like now to go to page 6, lines 18 through 21, where you note that the village is concerned about the project's impacts on its water wells, correct?
Correct.
And the address for those wells is along Pearl Street, is that correct?
That's where the fire number is, correct.
Okay. Is Pearl Street also known as State Highway 95?
Correct.
Okay, and that highway is south of the applicant's proposed right of way for the project, correct?
In that location, yes.
Okay, right. You would agree that these wells aren't located within the project right of way, correct?
I guess it depends on what the final location would be, because we have 2 wells there, and well number 4 is pretty almost right next to the railroad tracks. So that would depend on the final location, which is why the concern was presented between construction and where they're gonna end up.
The well, that well that you're speaking of, and I want to be careful, I don't want to get into confidential information here, but that well that you're speaking of is located south of the railroad tracks, correct?
Correct.
And it's also your understanding that the project right of way, as currently proposed, would be north of the railroad tracks, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Okay, I want to now move to page 7 of your direct testimony. And I'll refer specifically to lines 16 through 20, where you know that the village needs to update its water, sewer, and electric lines because the existing infrastructure is outdated, correct?
Correct.
And it's your position that the primary route could impact these construction timelines and the village's ability to prevent outages, right?
Correct.
Is that your personal opinion?
Personal and based on, it's okay. Personal and based on experience and dealing with our outages over the last 7+ years that I've been on the village.
Okay. And the village recently completed a study of its electric distribution system to determine what upgrades it needs to make, correct?
Correct.
Yes. There's no established timeline for implementing those upgrades, is that right?
Not currently, but to clarify, I mean, that PSC grant was to fund the study, and obviously the idea to go ahead and proceed with upgrades based on funding and grants and so forth.
The village also has its own sewer infrastructure, correct?
Correct.
And the village annually assesses a limited number of sewer lines, is that right?
Correct.
In this case, the village hasn't identified any specific sewer lines that need to be upgraded, correct?
There are some, so I'll just kind of, for example, this Thursday, we have a company that comes and does that. They go through and clear out any routes and inspect the lines. They provide video evidence and so forth. To proceed with upgrading, repairing lines, it's a lengthy process. We have a project underway right now that took 3+ years to get going. So depending on the situation, we don't know a timeline specifically as to when a repair may need to be done. We try to be proactive, of course, but that's not always possible.
Okay. Speaking again specifically to the sewer upgrades that you referenced in your direct testimony, there's no funding source identified for those upgrades at this time, correct?
For the future ones, no.
So the last topic I just want to touch on, it's on page 8 of your testimony, lines 21 and 22. Where you note that the school district has been planning the construction of a storm shelter at the Lincoln Elementary School, correct?
Daycare / storm shelter.
Got it. Well, I guess at least as to the storm shelter, the village's role in that project was limited to helping the school district get a FEMA grant, correct?
Correct.
You're not aware of the approximate construction timeline for that shelter project, correct?
At the time of that document, no. In the school newsletter that just came out, they did advise they are hoping to begin that in the fall of 2026. Of course, that is not set in stone.
Right. Do you have an understanding of precisely where this shelter would be located on the school's property?
That would be, if we're looking at least the current proposed location, if we're looking at the school from a satellite view, it would be in the southwest area of the school property, extending off the 4K kindergarten area wing.
Okay. That's all I have, Judge.
Just one follow-up as we're on this topic is that, and it's just my ignorance, looking at the way the testimony is written, there's probably more information about this, but is the shelter, storm shelter and the daycare in the same location, or are those separate buildings that are being proposed, separate structures?
It would be the same building. That's why the FEMA grant was involved, mostly for the storm shelter portion. The daycare was an added plus.
Thanks. All right. So any other cross? Rebrand?
Just to clarify, yes, Your Honor, please, can we pull up Ruck Exhibit 2?
Just give me a second here. Okay, I think I have it on display. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Ruck. You have seen this exhibit before, have you not?
Yes.
And this is an exhibit you created to depict the location of the Lincoln Elementary School relative to the proposed route. Is that right?
Yes.
And is this the satellite view of the school we're looking at that you had in mind when you answered Mr. Zappo's questions about locations?
Yes.
And can you just describe for us, looking at this map, where the storm shelter and the daycare combined building would be, with reference to some of the features on this map?
Based on the information from the school, again, I do believe some of this is still preliminary, but it would be in the southwest, so the left bottom corner of the school building there. You can kind of see the old playground area in a darker spot next to it. So if you go straight north of the C in Lincoln, just a little bit, that's where it is. That's the location.
Thank you. And to clarify a few other locations, you had mentioned in your testimony that there is while we're looking at this map, an area where there's sort of in effect an outdoor classroom. Can you just tell us where that is? It was referenced to this map.
It'd be towards the top right, red hatched conservancy area, where Jackson County is labeled on the map.
Okay. And then to the west of that, there's kind of a lighter tan area. Is that the ball field?
Yes, it
You
is.
mentioned it. Okay. Thank you. Strike that. I have nothing further on reader. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. All right, thanks very much. You're excused.
Thank you.
So any other special request witnesses that we have. I think mine was distinctly here. Still pretty early, but we are hitting the noon hour, so we'd be taking applicant witnesses next. So let's leave it up to the crowd. You want a short break now, or do you want to plow through for a while and then take a break when we really really feel we need it?
Judge, this is Daniel Narby with Cub. If we have a few minutes now, although I didn't list him as a special accommodation, since there is likely to be no cross and we have a few minutes, I'd request that we call Mr. Singletary to verify his direct now.
Okay, sure. Yeah, let's take him first and then we can take a shorter. So where's and yeah. Okay, got you there. All right, let's swear you in. Raise your right hand. You swear or affirm tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth. I just need an answer before. I think you're good. Yeah. Maybe your headset's giving you a couple.
All right, can you hear me now, Your Honor?
Loud and clear, thank you. All right, so raise your right hand, you swear or affirm tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I do.
Go ahead.
Mr. Singletary, did you submit direct testimony and errata testimony in this proceeding? I did. And is your filed written testimony truthful and accurate to the best of your knowledge? It is. If I ask you the same questions that appear in your testimony today, would your answers be the same? They would. The witness is available for cross.
Any questions? All right, thanks very much. Your excuse.
Thank you.
Well, the record. So do we have any other witnesses that just need to swear in, verify their testimonies besides staff?
Yes, Your Honor, Kieran Gallagher, Cleveland, Wisconsin.
All right.
She's here.
Oh, wow, okay. I was like, hey, someone's here. Okay, excellent. Let me just arrange your microphone and we'll. All right, reading, you swear or affirm the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
Yes, I do.
Go ahead.
Good morning.
Morning.
Could you please state and spell your name for the record?
Yes, my name is Kieran Gallagher, spelled Ciaran. Gallagher, Gallagher.
And are you the same Kieran Gallagher who prepared direct testimony and 14 exhibits in this proceeding?
Yes,
And if I asked you the questions in your testimony today, would your answers be the same?
they would be the same.
Thank you. Ms. Gallagher is available for cross.
Any questions? No. Thanks, your excuse.
Thanks.
Save on parking. Anyone else we can swear in? No. All right, so let's get off the record. It has half an hour lunch sound. We'll come back for applicant witnesses. All right, sound good. Off the record, we're approaching time to start after a break. Thanks for everyone getting back here and I guess just curious, the next set of witnesses, will they be in the room or do you have any?
All of ATC's witnesses are here.
Oh, great. I want to do with the microphone. So there we go. All right, so let's get started, get on the record and let's call our first witness.
The applicant's called Dale Burmester to the stand.
Mr. Brooks, what was the last name again?
Burmester.
Okay. Thank you.
Ready in, you start work from, so just hold please. Yes, you. Thanks. All set?
Good afternoon, Mr. Burmester. How are you today?
Good afternoon, I'm well, thank you.
Are you the same Dale Burmester who caused to be filed or did file direct rebuttal and surrebuttal testimony in this docket?
Yes, I am.
I'm sorry, surrebuttal testimony in this docket?
Yes.
And if I were to ask you the same questions that are in your direct rebuttal and rebuttal today while you were under oath on the stand, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they will be.
Your Honor, Mr. Burmester's open for trials.
Okay, any questions? If you're ready, so.
Real briefly.
Oh, okay.
Mr. Is Burmester or Burmaster?
Burmester.
Burmester, okay. Mr. Burmester, my name is Eric Olson. I represent the Dorhorst family here. Would it be correct to state that you had no role in deciding the route at the level of granularity as to how it would affect their farm?
Correct, I was on the routing and siting team, but I would say I was involved in the decision.
Okay.
I wouldn't.
Would not, correct.
Who, to the best of your knowledge, who would have been the person who would have been the most involved in that level of granularity?
I would defer you to Jake Williams, the project manager.
Okay, thank you, sir, that's all I have.
No, any other thoughts?
Just to clarify, you just referred to Jake Williams, but I believe you meant Mr. Valentine.
Oh, Jake.
Is that correct?
That's Jake Valentine, I'm sorry.
Okay, nothing further, Your Honor.
So, no cross, no more redirect. All right, there you go. Thanks very much.
The applicants call Brian Basky to stand.
Swear or affirm, so good hold to McLaclin. I do. All right, go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mr. Basky. How are you?
Good, how are you?
Good. Are you the same Brian Basky that caused to be filed or did file rebuttal testimony in the proceeding?
Yes.
And if I were to ask you the same questions that are in that written rebuttal testimony today while you're under oath, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
Mr. Basky is available for cross-examination.
Okay, just want to confirm, we're also going to be receiving Basky one stray voltage order.
Actually, yes, there will be two exhibits. One is the procedure, which would be exhibit one, and then the second will be the stray voltage order. Thank you.
All right, so any questions for this witness?
Oh, no, we didn't. You're on.
Oh,
I'm
sorry.
sorry, I was trying to raise my hand.
Okay. To speak up next time, I'm sorry. I'm not watching the close in camera.
All right, Mr. Basky, my name is Attorney Eric Olson and I represent the Dorhorst family here today. Their farming operation. It's okay if I ask you a couple questions?
Yes.
I have in front of me a copy of your rebuttal applicant's Basky. And I'd like to direct your attention to page 6, lines 9 to 11. Okay. So on those lines, you state in your testimony, therefore changes to the Arpin substation may not cause any negative impact to the Dorhorst home and farming operation, and may in fact have the effect of decreasing straight voltage in the area. I read that correctly, right?
Correct.
Okay. Would you agree that the implication of your language is that changes to the Arpin substation may also have the effect of causing a negative impact to the Dorhorst home? Fair? Fair. Okay. And changes to the Arpin substation may have the effect of causing negative impact to the Dorhorst farming operation. True? True. Okay. And just as the changes to the Arpin substation may not increase stray voltage in the area, they may also increase stray voltage in the area. True? True. Okay. Would you agree that to the extent that remedial measures that have been identified in this docket could eliminate any potential problem that might occur for the Dorhorst, it also might be true that those proposed remedial measures might not be able to completely mitigate the problem? Could go either way, right?
Objection, compound. Sounded like 2 questions.
I'm gonna allow it, it's fine, if you can answer, I think we can follow, we're following along pretty well, so.
Then I'll answer in 2 parts. First part being in that the remediation could mitigate. I believe that is accurate. In the statement of it might not mitigate, I have not found a case yet in which it has not mitigated stray voltage terminal.
Okay. In how many cases have you been involved in where remediation measures for stray voltage in dairy operations like the Dorhorst were found, in your opinion, to be effective?
I'm sorry, we're found.
In your opinion, to be effective.
Thank you.
Clarification on that is that Dorhorst Farm is a slightly unique property in the case of what's happening here. In the sense of its own transmission facilities.
Including your clarification, please answer the questions to the best of your ability.
In the cases I've been involved in the farms that I've seen remediation, all of them have been able to be remediated.
Could you read back my question, or maybe it's easier to just ask it again?
Yep.
My question was, how many farms has that been that were at least somewhat similar to the Dorhorst farm? I realized that you're not gonna find 2 farms that are precisely the same. Give us a ball.
Dozens or more, I'd say at least, all the projects that ATC has been involved in and done stray voltage investigation on.
Okay. So you would agree that stray voltage is a prevalent problem in situations like that?
Objection. That's not what he testified to.
I've seen dozens of cases, right?
Overall,
Okay, so an investigation is done in order to investigate the most stray voltage that is present on a farm. And then if the voltage is found to be above the level specified by the PSCW, mitigation measures are implemented. Those cases can either pre-project being performed or post-project being completed?
All right, so in those cases.
Just take, let's go, correct, yeah, you know, what, we just need to unlock the door. Shut of. I still haven't learned this last time too. Let the public out halfway, so. There. Are you going just one door? Oh, well, this sounds pretty much travels right through. All right, sorry about that. Proceed with your question.
Okay, so in the cases that you were discussing, you described it as being dozens in number. Can you give us any better idea numerically of how many cases we're talking about?
It's straight voltage is a known issue. It's real, but it also can be mitigated.
In how many of these cases that you're discussing were the farmers satisfied with the mitigation measures?
Objectionable, speculative. Overruled. I'm not familiar. I just know the number got below the specified number of PSCW, in which case it's resolved from the utility standpoint.
So just when you say the number, you mean the voltage level?
The number of properties, the stray voltage level was mitigated to below the specified value of the PSCW, and thus the utility obligation is been satisfied.
Okay, so as we sit here today, you do not know how many of the farmers were actually satisfied with the mitigation measures?
Correct.
Do you know an approximate percentage, if it was more than half or less than half, or you just don't know it?
And objection and pass the answer. Okay, yeah, I'll stain that as an statement.
Are you aware whether concerns about stray voltage, real or imagined, are a prevalent concern amongst Wisconsin dairy farmers? Are you aware of whether that statement is true?
I'd say that's accurate. Stray voltage is a concern of Wisconsin dairy farmers. I'd actually say it's a concern of dairy farmers across the United States.
Actually.
I just couldn't hear. No, sorry. It is a concern of Wisconsin dairy farmers. It's actually a concern of dairy farmers across the United States.
And whether or not whatever the causes of it may or may not be, would you agree that it's common amongst dairy farmers in Wisconsin to attribute stray voltage problems, correctly or incorrectly, to infrastructure like the Arpin substation?
I believe that be accurate.
So in your rebuttal testimony, rebuttal applicant's Basky, you state that on page 3, you said that there's 2 definitions of stray voltage. One for general use and one pertaining to the farming, to a farming operation. That's lines 18 and 19.
You see that?
Okay. Is it the definition that you define as the one pertaining to the farming operation? Is that a situation where neutral voltage in the ground is flowing back towards the substation along the path of least resistance?
I think there's some clarification that's needed here.
Okay.
The IEEE 1695 definition is more encompassing. It's simply the voltage to normal operation of the power system, where the PSCW and the agricultural guide, refine it. They refine it further to be specific to a farming operation. So the one that the BSCW recognizes is also covered by the 1695. So they're one and the same in the sense of what voltages are covered. Next, it pertains to any voltage that's present in a farming operation between 2 points of an panel in contact. That does not specify the source.
Will, neutral voltage flow through the ground towards the Arpin substation, or will it flow away from it? If you know at this point in time.
Neutral voltage, the current is going to be specific to the distribution system. The Arpin substation is a transmission only substation. Thus, it would not be a return point for earth currents.
Okay, so then why would the effect be additive or subtractive, as you state on page 5 at line 13? What would be the mechanism that would cause that?
So while transmission is not a distribution system, does not have neutral currents, the flow of power on the transmission system can induce voltages and currents into the distribution system, which then changes the flow of current on the distribution system, which on the neutral, which can then mean that it's additive or subtractive.
Previously, in this testimony, in this colloquy between you and me right now, you said that there was a certain number below which the current had to be reduced in order to have closure of any case, I think.
So PSCW specifies a level that the utility can contribute up to 1 milliamp or a half a volt in the Cal contact area.
Okay, and what is
Or 1 milliamp or a half volt? Yeah.
I'm sorry.
1 milliamp or a half a volt.
and what is the specified level?
1 milliamp.
Okay. So, just so I understand you, so you're saying the cases are closed when it goes below that 1 million?
That's when the utility's responsibility for mitigating it has ended. The source can either be utility based or on farm based.
Okay, and do you know whether or not levels of stray voltage below the 1 milliamp can have an effect on animal health?
There was research by Ryman, UW professor, that at that level, there is minimal, if any, impact to farm animal health.
Okay, do you know of any conflicting research or no?
I know of sources of conflicting research. I don't know that it's been peer reviewed.
In the cases that you described where the dozens of investigations you've done of these stray voltage situations, how many of them, if any, have resulted in litigation that you were aware of?
I actually have not been involved in one that has resulted in litigation.
Is the in your rebuttal testimony, you state on page 6. On line 23, you reference a specified maximum level of stray voltage in animal contact areas. Is that the 1 milliamp?
Correct. As a clarification, 1 milliamp is a current, which through the animal, which is deemed to be 500 ohms, yields a half a volt. So that's the voltage level, is a half volt.
At what levels have you observed? Stray voltage in animal contact areas contributing to animal health issues in dairy operations?
That's not my specialty.
Okay, whose specialty would that be?
Doug Ryman.
All right, thank you for your testimony.
Any other questions for this witness? Redirect?
Yeah, just one clarification. Mr. Basky, you were just asked at the beginning of your testimony, in reference to your rebuttal on page, 6, I believe, lines 9 through 11. Where you say changes to the Arpin substation may not cause any negative impact to the Dorhorst home and farming operation and may in fact have the effect of decreasing stray voltage in the area. Do you remember that line of questioning?
Yes, I do.
And you were asked about this statement, whether the converse is true, whether changes to the Arpin substation could cause a negative impact on the Dorhorst home and farming operation. And I believe you answered it could, is that correct?
Correct.
What would happen if, in that situation?
So for this project, there should be pre and post stray voltage testing done on the farm. The pre will establish what the voltage level is existing and the contributions either from the utility or from the farm. If anything is found to be above the level of concern, that's why with the SDW, that's the utility contribution, may be mitigated. Testing may be repeated after project is completed. If at that point, voltage is found to be above, mitigation will be then implemented at that point at the cost of ATC.
Okay, nothing further.
Fine. Thanks very much, you're excused. Please get it.
The applicant's called Jacob Valentine to the stand. And Judge, before we swear him in, I just had a clarifying question, I guess. This pertains to the field change request policy that I had emailed out yesterday. Was my understanding that staff had some questions about that. So I was gonna do basically some preliminary questions for Mr. Valentine about it. But my question to you is, I have paper copies that I can hand him. I think there's also the electronic version. Do you have a preference as to how that gets introduced?
Well, it'll be introduced on the electronic version. If you need a paper copy to assist the witness, that's fine.
Okay.
Yeah, we don't need to distribute paper copies because you sent the email with the documentation.
Okay. May I approach and just?
Yes, yeah, thank you. In the meantime, I'll swear you and raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth. I do. Great, thanks.
Okay. Good afternoon, Mr. Valentine. Did you file or cause to be filed direct and rebuttal testimony and errata and one exhibit in this proceeding?
I did.
If I asked you the same questions in your pre-filed testimony today, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would be.
Is your pre-filed testimony and exhibit true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, to my knowledge, yeah.
Okay. I'd like to refer you to the document that I just handed you. And I guess I'll refer to it as, for identification purposes, as Exhibit Valentine. I believe it's 4 at this point.
Okay, right. So we haven't marked this one yet. Correct. Okay, yeah, so it's refer to it as 4, but let's get it marked as well, so just have them describe that and we'll mark it.
Sure, Mr. Valentine, can you describe what this document is?
Yeah, this document is a procedure for field change requests.
And can you briefly explain what the purpose of this procedure is?
Yeah, for sure. The procedure is really to help us manage change requests coming from our construction contractors who are performing work, construction work, and documenting change conditions that they see while constructing.
Okay. And can you just explain generally when it might be necessary for a contractor to initiate a field change request?
Yeah, for sure. I guess the situations where a contractor would need to submit a field change request would be when something in their scope has changed. And this would be like, for example, after we've issued a purchase order to them that defines their scope of work. If something is different in that scope of work than what they're performing, they would need to request a field change. An example might be we've issued construction drawings and maybe a foundation location needs to shift because there's an underground fiber optic line or something in the way of where we wanted to put it. And the contractor needed to move the foundation location. That might have a cost associated with it or a schedule impact associated with it. And the contractor then would need to document that change condition and seek approval for that.
Do change orders like this only result in increased costs to the project?
No. In fact, sometimes we use the field change request process to document efficiencies. An example could be the contractor estimated for purposes of their PO a number of hours to perform, let's say, structure setting, and they're much more efficient than they estimated. That would result in a field change request showing a reduction in their man hours and therefore potentially a reduction in their purchase order value.
Without getting into any confidential information, can you just explain generally how ATC decides whether to approve a field change request?
Yeah, generally, even prior to the contractor submitting a field change request, there's usually a dialogue between ATC and the contractor to ensure that what they do submit is reasonable and could be approved. Sorry, I lost my train of thought there a little bit. Can you?
Was just hoping you could speak to how ATC decides whether to approve.
Yeah, thanks. Sorry. So if there is a true change condition, then they would be justified in seeking that field change request. And it goes through an approval authorization process. So
in your experience at ATC, do you think this policy helps the company effectively manage costs on its projects?
Yeah, I think it does two things. One, it provides good insight and awareness to what the contractor is seeing in the field, and that then helps us manage them and the cost of the project. So
yeah. Your Honor, at this time, I move Valentine Exhibit 4 into evidence.
All right. Think there's any objections to that since we've already discussed it very intently, but let me make a note for the record is that I am accepting all the documents we've reviewed in the offered evidence list pending corrections and verification, they're all in the record. I failed to say that at the beginning, so let's take that opportunity, but anything else you need to review?
No, Your Honor, I think the witness is available for cross at this point.
Okay, and just to note, where we will expect the Valentine exhibits 2 and 3 as well to be filed within the specified time frame for hearing these kinds of exhibits. They're offered and received at the hearing, but haven't been filed yet. Okay, so any cross for the witness?
Yes. All right, good afternoon, Mr. Valentine. My name is Eric Bowles, and I'm here representing the Dorhorst family. How are you today?
Well, thank you.
All right, if I ask you a couple questions about your testimony in this matter, please. First of all, are you familiar with the Dorhorst property adjacent to the Arpin substation, and over which part of the expansion of that substation is proposed?
Yeah, I'm generally aware of the parcel, yeah.
So, in your mind, would that expansion over the Dorhorst property put the electrical transmission facilities closer to or further away from their dairy facilities?
I guess I'm not that familiar with where their dairy facilities are, so without maybe like a map or something, it's hard for me to answer that. I believe the expansion is to the east and a little bit south, but again, I don't know the location of their dairy operation.
So without knowing the location, as we sit here today, it wouldn't really be possible for you to determine whether or not it would create a problem for them. True.
I'm gonna object, it's vague.
Okay, I'll sustain that.
Okay, how close, in your opinion, can facilities like the ones that are planned on the Dorhorst property be situated to dairy facilities before a hardship might exist for those landowners?
I'm gonna object, as vague as the hardship, and I don't think it's beyond the scope of this witness's direct testimony.
Okay.
Sustain it as the vague and then just tread carefully with the expertise of the witness.
All right. Mr. Valentine, on page 11 of your direct testimony, you talk about sensitivities, constraints, and opportunities.
Hang off the record, where are we again? I'm in the wrong spot.
Direct applicants, Valentine, page 11, lines 7 to 16. At the time you.
I think it's. Okay, yeah, go ahead, back on the record.
All right. Would the Dorhorst dairy operation be a sensitivity in your opinion?
So, yeah, I think in that question, I was really referring to sensitivities around routing and siting constraints. And I do have an exhibit there that lists out what the applicants use for sensitivities. And I guess I would say that, within that list of sensitivities and constraints, I'm not specifically seeing a dairy operation. I guess maybe prime farmlands there.
I'm sorry?
Sorry, prime farmlands.
Okay, on page 14 of your testimony, it directs applicants, Valentine 14.
Yep.
The question at line 3 is, did the applicants use any unique routing and siting criteria to identify the Arpin substation as the project's midpoint substation? What analysis, if any, that you can speak to, that you're personally aware of, went into analyzing impacts to the Dorhorst property and farm?
The impacts are basically calculated from the design of the station location, and that's basically the extent that I would have known of impacts.
Okay, I don't know what that means, but it was calculated from the standpoint of the station location. Was that your testimony?
I guess maybe I can restart the response. So I think what I heard you say was that you wanted to understand that if I calculated any impact to the Dorhorst specifically. Maybe I misunderstood.
Let me try the question again. In plain English, obviously I'm here and Bradley Dorhorst is here representing his family because they're very concerned about their property and their dairy. Sure. And how their property and their dairy might be impacted by the expansion of the Arpin substation. And I'm trying to ask you, what analysis are you aware of that the applicants conducted to ensure that they wouldn't have any problems, then specifically the Dorhorst?
I'm gonna object. That's vague as the problem.
I'll overrule it, the witness answer. I'm not aware of any specific analysis. Other than describing the impacts as we did in the application.
In the 16th page of your direct testimony, direct applicants Valentine 16. At line 6, the question is, in the development of the proposed routes, did ATC examine existing land use and development plans for the area? What methodology, if any, does ATC use that you're aware of to analyze impacts to dairy farms and dairy operations?
I'm not aware of any analysis specifically for dairy farms or dairy operations.
Okay. The testimony that you submitted contains a statement on direct applicants Valentine 7, stating that in your opinion, the project will have a negative present value cost to Wisconsin customers of approximately negative $142.10 million. And then you state, put differently, simply constructing the project will provide a substantial monetary benefit to Wisconsin customers, even without accounting for its other economic reliability and public policy benefits to the state. I read that correctly, right?
Yes, you did.
Okay. In that estimate of negative $142.10 million, were any losses estimated for dairy farms?
I don't think that's how that calculation is being performed as an economic calculation, and a better witness would be able to describe what goes into the specifics of that.
Okay, so you don't know what went into the calculation of $142.10 million as stated on page 7 of your direct?
I mean, it's not directly, no, but another witness would be much better suited to answer that question.
Okay, which witness would that be?
Jim Hodgson.
Okay, on page 12 of your direct? You state that at page, line 11 through 13. It, and you're talking about the, what MISO stated, but you say it noted that constructing new transmission lines across waterways, protected areas, or high-value property creates extensive cost and regulatory risk that can hinder transmission development and reliability. Do you agree with that statement? I do. Okay. Would you agree that, would you characterize, in your opinion, the Dorhorst's dairy operation and home as a high-value property or no?
Objection, foundation.
I'll sustain that. I think from what we know what the witness knows about the property, I don't think he can answer at this point, but we can lay foundation for that.
Okay, so are you familiar with the size of the Dorhorst's property?
I'm familiar with the parcel that the Arpin substation expansion is on. I don't know the extent of the Dorhorst land holdings or their farming operations. Okay. Aside from that parcel.
So you are only familiar with the actual tax parcel where the substation expansion is slated to occur?
That's correct.
Are you aware whether anybody at the, an employee of the applicant or a contractor of the applicant analyzed the potential impact of this project on the Dorhorst's entire farming operation?
No, I'm not aware of the extent of their farming operation. If it's outside the bounds of the project area, I wouldn't know, and we wouldn't perform that analysis.
Okay, thank you. That's all my questions.
All right, other cross?
Yes, Your Honor. I'm Sophia Rogers for Commission staff. Thanks for your testimony and for the information offered for the record by the applicants. I think it's been really helpful in regard to change orders and the potential cost overruns. I think what we're missing still is a little bit of explanation of how baseline costs are calculated. Is there anything in the record or that in your testimony that you can point to that addresses how baseline costs are reasonable, market rates?
I'm gonna object at can you clarify what you mean by baseline cost?
Yeah.
And reasonable market rates?
Yeah, I can try. Well, you might know that the questions arise out of a proposed order condition by commission staff, which requests transparency into competitive bidding by the applicants. And the premise there is that, competitive bidding ensures reasonable contract. We understand that ATC does not do competitive bidding, but rather has these alliance partnerships for its services, which, we're not saying one way or the other if that's better or worse, but can you provide any assurances that the rates being set in your initial cost estimates are reasonable when they're not competitively bid?
Yeah, I think I can try to answer that question. So I think if you look at my testimony, we talk about how we prepare the cost estimates for the project. Being my direct and give me a moment to find it. I think direct page 19, I think is where we start talking about cost estimates. I think what's important to know is when we're developing our cost estimates, one of the things that we're doing is we're taking into account all the functional areas and one of them being our construction contractors. You mentioned alliance type agreement. That's a long-term agreement that allows our contractors to be engaged very early in the project and provide detailed insight into what construction costs would be for the project that we're, preparing it and submitting a cost estimate to. Their rates, their plans, their equipment usage, their manpower, all that's contained in that estimate. And we bring that forward. And I talk about, how we put our contingency on there. And how we apply things like escalation over time. And that way we are providing a very robust estimate that the commission can rely on. And through our history, we've been very, very good about that. I think something like 9.5% of the projects we've ever, let me get this right. I think like in the last 15 years, most of our projects have come in 9.5% under the PSC ordered amount. With one exception that I'm aware of, that was largely influenced by a pandemic and a war. I'm not sure if that helps you gain the assurances that our contractors are providing good rates, but certainly they're there supporting the estimate development.
I think all that we're lacking right now is transparency, so that was a helpful answer. It's just that we're not yet familiar with the process. I see on page 20 of your testimony that you, and if we go, Judge, if we could go to line 17 and 18, you say that ATC vets cost estimates using a formal process. Could you tell me, is there a document that describes that process?
There might be one. I can't recall the procedure off the top of my head. But what we do is we take a process I guess generally described as an estimate scrub, where we're looking at all the scope parts, the cost components. We're comparing that against our historical benchmarks and ensuring that those costs that we're bringing forward are reasonable. Obviously we wouldn't want to submit an unvetted cost, so we look at all those things, like I mentioned in the testimony there, an all-in cost per mile, a cost per foundation, structure, etc. I don't know, does that help?
That does help, thank you. Sorry, I wasn't sure if you were trying to say something, anything more. And to be clear, this vetting process, it applies to all costs, not just materials.
It applies to all costs, yeah, and it's all project costs, yeah.
Okay, that's very helpful. I think we have what we need. If there is identified after the hearing, like a document that, the applicants would be willing to share, that might be useful. But at this time, I think we don't know if one exists. So I'll leave it to the judge to figure out process for that, and thanks very much to the witness.
Okay. Yeah, I just had a follow-up question just from what you said about gathering the estimate data from the alliance partner. And what's your involvement with reviewing those cost estimates? Are you directly involved in doing that?
Yeah, I'm directly involved in it.
So how many well, what in your experience then, is there a sense that you push back on estimates from alliance partners, or generally there's really no need, or what's your experience in terms of seeking a lower cost, where when the alliance partner is asking for X, you're responding with X minus 1?
I guess I would say you know, in developing an estimate, you're not really trying to, force the contractor to a lower cost necessarily. You're really trying to define their scope well enough that you can have an assurance that they can achieve the cost for the scope of work. So the more time you can spend taking away uncertainties from there, the cost refinement gets tighter and tighter. So if you start a project where you have very little information, your cost range could be quite a bit wider, but as we're refining the cost, you know, maybe we start with 100 structures, but we get further down the line and now we're at 90 structures. You know, it wouldn't have been smart to estimate 100, submit an application if we think we're gonna be actually at 90, because then you just be over inflating. Conversely, if you didn't spend enough time and thought you needed 90, but you actually need 120, I guess that's the point of going through the estimate scrub. Did we account for the adequate number of foundations? Did we account for the hardware, the structures, and how the time it takes? So all that is the vettings that we're really talking about, and you know, the rates and the equipment that they use and the manpower they use are a function of the scope.
Okay, and all that's documented in their proposal.
Yeah, and you know, at the estimate development stage, they're not really preparing a proposal per se. They're not getting issued a purchase order, but rather they're submitting data into our estimating templates, and that creates the estimate that we bring forward in the application.
I see. So then when you have an approved estimate, is there some sort of documentation then you share with the alliance partner, or that you keep to know what was estimated, what piece of the project and what the estimate was, and what's the backup data for that?
Yeah, we save all our estimate snapshots, if you will. So we have a snapshot today for the application we prepared, and we will compare that as we get into design. And so if there's a difference, we would know what those differences are. And, you know, the contractor doesn't get a release of work until they get a purchase order, and that would be defined by the scope of work.
Okay, and that would come after the project's approved, the scope of work.
It would come well after, and likely in pieces to align with certain released scopes of work.
Okay. And just in terms of the process you've just described, as you sit here today, you can't think of a document that outlines or details what you've described as, you know, ATC practice in terms of its alliance partner estimate evaluation.
There is a document. I don't know if it's a formal procedure. So I have to check on that and get back to you, somebody.
So there would be a document. Okay, how long do you think it would take to determine whether a document like we're describing exists?
Tomorrow, it shouldn't be too long.
Okay, okay. So why don't we mark that as Valentine 5, and then have you guys file that as a post-hearing exhibit, and it could be either the document itself. So yeah.
I'm listening, Judge, go ahead.
So the Valentine 5 would either be the document or an affidavit stating that no such document exists.
Okay, that's where I was going, is I think the witness was a little equivocal, but yeah, I think we understand.
Okay. So that would be just filed as a post-hearing exhibit, so in 3 working days after the last day of this.
Or in this case, after Thursday, not in what the last day of the hearing.
Well, sure, we can keep that deadline. All right, yeah, we'll keep the deadline set if that's what people wish. That's fine. So I don't have any other question, and we're done with cross then. Oh, go ahead, yeah.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, Mr. Valentine. I'm Chris, don't have the mic on. I'm Krista Westerberg, representing the Village of Maryland. How are you?
Well, thank you.
I have some questions for you about about the village's alternative route that would deviate from the primary route around the village. Are you familiar with that deviation?
I am, yeah.
And before we get into that, is it generally the applicant's position, as you understand it, that the village's route is feasible but not preferable?
I mean, I think the village's route is feasible.
And during the routing and siting process, when the initial primary and alternative routes were selected, do you know if anybody visited the village at that time? Associated with the applicants?
We did a number of like site visits. I don't specifically know if we stopped, you know, within the village's borders or not, or just passed through.
Okay.
Sorry.
That's all right. I want to look at your rebuttal testimony, discussing the village's alternative route, and specifically at page 6.
Right.
And direct you to line 12, where you testified that the village's proposed route increases project cost by approximately $6.6 million. You see that?
Yeah, I do.
Did you personally calculate that amount?
No.
Okay. Could you, who did calculate that amount?
Yeah, that was provided to ATC by SVW.
So you don't have any personal knowledge of how that number was developed?
I don't.
And do you know, just off the top of your head, what the total project cost is for the primary route?
It's like 1.5 billion, I think. I do it back there now.
So if the $6.6 million figure is correct for the additional costs associated with the village's route, have you calculated what fraction of the total billion this extra 6.6 million would be?
I can't do that mental math, sorry, but it'd be small.
Okay, thank you. I want to direct your attention now to page 8 of your rebuttal testimony.
Sure.
And specifically lines 9 through 13.
Okay.
It was this part of your testimony discusses impacts to wetlands, does it not?
I think yeah, generally, yes.
Okay. And on lines 9 through 13, you say the village's reroute impacts more non-forested wetlands, 2.5 acres, forested wetlands, 22.9 acres, and public lands, 4.2 acres. And I want to understand what you mean by the term impacts in this sentence, okay? And specifically, when you use that word impact, you don't solely refer to direct fill impact, is that correct?
Yeah, so the term we're using here, impacts, is aligned with what the application filing requirements term impact is, so we're trying to use the same methodology there.
So it refers to more than simply direct fill, is that fair?
Yeah.
Okay. And would you agree that the direct fill, well, straight back, you would mean it to, the term impact would refer to temporary as well as permanent impacts, is that right?
That's my general understanding. A better witness would have a more detailed explanation.
But as you used it in your testimony, you understood that would refer to permanent and temporary impacts?
Yes.
Okay. And when you use the term impacts in this portion of your testimony, it also referred to indirect impacts like conversion of forested wetland to non-forest, correct?
That's my understanding, yes.
Would you agree that the direct fill impacts for both the primary route as it travels through the village and the village's primary route, or the village's alternative route, excuse me, are comparable?
I'm gonna object as vague and, yeah, I'll object as vague.
Let's read it back. I didn't catch that.
Question, do you agree that the direct fill impact for both the farm area route as it travels through the village and the village's alternative route are comparable?
Yeah, so I'll sustain that, just rephrase it. I don't know, the farm area around, maybe someone else.
I think I meant to say fill,
Oh, okay.
direct fill area impact.
I mean, I'm mostly,
Didn't I read direct fill impact? I did.
I think I heard farm.
You think you said farm?
I think I heard you say farm. I'm not sure what I said. I meant to say fill.
I said, well, I should have said direct fill impact, because that's what I have in front of me, but. Want me to read it again?
Sure, yeah.
Do you agree that the direct fill impact for both the farm area route as it travels through the
Yeah.
village and the village's alternative route are comparable?
It's the farm area route. Is that a term we were using? I'm not sure. I think the primary route.
Primary, yeah, maybe that was
Okay,
the miss.
So why don't we just rephrase your question?
Thank you.
Let me do the trick.
Well, let me try it this way. Do you recall that the applicants submitted responses to the village second set of discovery requests that broke down these wetland impacts for the route as it travels through the village, as well as the village's alternative route?
Yes.
Okay, and if I were, and you contributed to that response, did you not?
Yeah.
And if I were to say those responses describe the acreage of permanent fill as 0.036 for the village's route, would that sound right to you for acreage?
I'm gonna object. Can we just pull up the document and show them?
I'm happy to do that, Your Honor. This was something we identified for cross. It just, I would like to get the breakdown in the record one way or the other.
I think, well, and I'll also note that this is, I think the responses you're referring to, they're attached in the exhibit to Dave Kolarat's testimony, so we can pull that up. Just so the witness can see them.
Yep.
All right, let's go off the record. Just let me direct me to where's it?
Okay, that would be page 7 of the document that's we identified in our email for cross yesterday, and that is attached as Kolarat. I will note that we would object generally to the, oh, you're off the record. Yeah, and this, I can restate this on the record. We're planning to object to the admission of the entire document coming in as Kolarat 2 because it's offered as an explanation on one discrete subject, which is communications, but the document discusses multiple topics. So I don't think the whole document needs to come in, and we will make that objection at the time. So I just wanted to flag that issue now as we're looking at the.
Sure, will it cover is the non-objective part cover the questions we're gonna go over, or is that in dispute then?
That is, I guess it would technically be in dispute, but if this is the most efficient way to get this table in that's on page 7 of the document, we have no objection to bringing that in.
Okay, so that tape, so what we're gonna discuss now isn't gonna be in dispute.
Correct.
And I would just like to be heard on that when we're back on the record.
Well, yeah, we'll just look at, is the table all we need to discuss then?
That's from our perspective, yes. It should be page 7. There we go.
Okay, so
it's simply a breakdown of the numbers that are in the witness's testimony that are not broken out in the testimony.
okay, and this is. So. I guess let's a little off the record, so just give me a sense of what this was being offered for then, and it's to the witness Kolarat was gonna offer it in a supplemental.
So. So this was offered from witness Kolarat specifically as to the village's concerns on the project's impacts to communications facilities.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
And part of it's the server.
Yeah, correct, yeah.
And our concern with that is that they could have just said in the testimony what the response was as to communications facilities rather than put in the entire document, which is
Yeah, and
longer. It talks about a number of things.
right, well, and I guess they were the village's discovery requests, so obviously they thought they bore some relevance to this proceeding. The village is now asking about this table and the specific impacts. I mean, I think it shows that, I mean, the impacts we calculated here are clearly relevant to the issue surrounding the village's reroute.
Okay.
And I don't know that, well, I know we're off the record. so
Yeah, yeah.
We wouldn't have an
Alright.
objection to bringing it in part. I would also note that if that document comes in, it has a number of attachments, which also have not been included in the Kolarat exhibit. So it's incomplete in essence.
Oh. Alright, well, why don't we proceed with the table at least, and then we can go with that, the exhibit when we bring Kolarat to the stand. So let's get on the record, so just using the numbers themselves, I don't even know if we really need to make reference to the document necessarily, but why don't you go ahead with your questions and.
That's exactly right, Your Honor. Thank you.
So let's get back on the record.
So Mr. Valentine, when we were off the record, we pulled up a copy of the applicant's responses to the village's second set of discovery requests. Do you have that document available to you to look at?
Yeah.
Or I can give you a paper copy too.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Excellent. Well, I think yeah.
I have one right here.
Okay.
Go. Mr. Valentine, we've opened that document up to page 7. Are you there?
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Could you just read off for me the numbers from this table at the bottom of page 7 as they relate to wetland fill impacts, and let me back up and say can you just describe for me what the permanent fill total is for the village route in acreage as compared to the primary route as proposed by the applicant?
So I think you're looking at the permanent fill total, so the VOM route, square feet is 1,582 square feet. And the primary route is 452 feet.
Okay, and then can you explain what the acreage would be for those of us who like that math better or understand it better?
Sure, it's 0.36 for the VOM route and 0.10 for the primary route, the applicant's primary route.
Thank you.
0.10,
0.010.
Okay.
And to the extent there are temporary impacts associated with both the village's alternative route and then the primary route as portrayed by the applicants through the village, most of those temporary impacts would be due to matting access. Would you agree?
Yes, I would agree with that. Yeah.
Okay. And what would the temporary impacts total be for the village's route as compared to the primary route?
So that would be the VOM route would be 8.19 and the applicant 8.19. And the primary route for the applicants would be 2.55.
And that's acreage?
That's in acres, yes.
Thank you. And finally, can you describe the, well, let me back up. As part of both routes, there would be some conversion of forested wetland to non-forested, is that right?
That's correct.
Can you describe the permanent forested wetland conversions for the villages route as compared to the primary route as described by the applicants?
Sure, the VOM route is 32 acres and the primary route is 9.07.
Okay, thank you. I don't have anything further than those.
All right, other cross? No one? Hey, redirect.
Yeah, just some limited redirect here on. Mr. Valentine, Mr. Olson was questioning you earlier on, the applicant's routing and siting analysis. And specifically, how the applicants evaluated, sensitivities. Do you recall that line of questioning?
Yes.
When evaluating sensitivities in relation to their proposed route, do the applicants generally try to minimize impacts to residences?
Yes.
And can you just explain generally how that's done?
Generally it's done by structured by, I guess, or, alignment, the center line alignment.
Okay. Mr. Olson was also questioning about you, about the applicant's analysis of the project's impacts to the Dorhorst property. Do you recall that line of questioning?
I do.
As part of the application that the applicants filed in this proceeding, would they have evaluated impacts to land cover on properties like the Dorhorst farm?
I believe that's a requirement of the application.
Regarding the Village of Maryland's proposed reroute, Attorney Westerberg was asking you some questions about the applicant's estimate of the incremental cost of the village's route. You recall that questioning?
I do.
And you stated, if I'm remembering right, that the applicants relied on NSP to, ATC relied on NSP to provide that cost calculation, right?
That's correct.
And why is that?
In this segment of the route, NSPW would own and construct this portion of the project, and therefore they're responsible for the cost of constructing that.
Well, scratch that. There was also some questions about the wetland conversion impacts, forested wetland conversion impacts of the two routes. Do you recall that line of questioning?
I do.
Do you have an understanding of what it means for forested wetlands to be converted?
I have a general understanding of that. Better witness might be Amy Lee to go into the details, but my understanding is once you convert a forest to wetland, it is no longer a forest, so it's something different than it was.
So you're clearing trees within the wetland?
Yeah, there would no longer be any trees or vegetation in the wetland.
Okay. That's all I have.
All right, great. Okay, thank you very much. Refused. Don't want to do that. Who do we have next?
The applicants next call Amy Lee to the stand.
And there's where he is for Orford, poultry.
I do.
Good afternoon, Ms. Lee. Did you file or cause to be filed direct rebuttal and sir rebuttal testimony and an errata to your direct testimony in this proceeding?
I did.
If I asked you the same questions in your pre-filed testimony today, would your answers be the same?
They would.
Is the information in your pre-filed testimony true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, it is.
The witness is available for cross.
Okay, questions for the witness?
Yes, I have a couple, Your Honor. Ms. Lee, my name is Attorney Eric Olson. We're representing the Dorhorst family. How are you today?
I'm fine, thank you.
All right, would it be okay if I ask you a couple of questions?
Yes.
Looking at your direct on page 5, direct applicant's lead, you answer the question, did the applicants consider impact avoidance and minimization during the route selection process? By saying in the first 2 sentences, yes, impact avoidance and minimization are integral to project development and permitting and are considered during routing, siting, and agency consultation. Would you agree that no specific impacts to the entire Dorhorst dairy operation were ever considered by the applicant in this case?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Let's read it back.
Just the question.
Yes.
Question, would you agree that no specific impacts to the entire Dorhorst dairy operation were ever considered by the applicant in this case?
Specific to the, I'm not familiar with, or I'm not the witness to discuss, impacts to dairy operations. However, I'm a natural resource, witness. So impacts to, minimizing the wetland impact on the Dorhorst property was considered.
If we look at page 18 of direct applicant's lead, it addresses agricultural lands in your direct testimony. And at line 4 it says, please briefly describe the agricultural lands along each of the proposed routes. You don't describe the Dorhorst dairy operation in there, true?
My involvement with, agricultural issues was simply overseeing the consultant who calculated the land, agricultural land cover for the entire project, which would include the first project.
So regardless of who did the calculation, if you oversaw other people, that was your responsibility, fair?
Yes.
Okay. On page 18 of your direct, you do not mention the Dorhorst dairy operation, true?
Correct.
So, and as we sit here today, it would be fair to say that you cannot testify to any specific analysis that was done by the applicant or any of its contractors or outside service providers that calculated or estimated the impact to the entire Dorhorst dairy operation.
I'm gonna object to the entire operation. I guess it seems vague.
Overall, I'll let it.
Could we repeat that?
We can read it back.
Question, and as we sit here today, it would be fair to say that you cannot testify to any specific analysis that was done by the applicant or any of its contractors or outside service providers that calculated or estimated the impact to the entire Dorhorst dairy operation?
Correct. I cannot testify to an analysis specific to the Dorhorst dairy.
And would it be your testimony that, you're not aware of any such analysis having been done by the applicant?
I'm not aware of any such analysis, no.
Okay. Looking at your. Looking at your rebuttal testimony, rebuttal applicants leave at page 7. You discuss the Rocky Run substation option, should we call it? And explain why it wasn't really an option, right? Would that be a fair, because I think you say it's not permittable, right?
Well, I'm sorry, what's the question?
Well, okay, if we look at rebuttal applicants, Lee 7. You stated line 10 to 14, the wetland permitting process would require an analysis of practicable alternatives to avoid these wetland impacts, which would show that the Arpin substation is a practicable alternative to Rocky Run. In my opinion, the Rocky Run substation is not a permittable alternative. That's why isn't the Rocky Run substation a permittable alternative?
The process for obtaining a permit to fill wetlands requires the applicants evaluate practicable alternatives. So, because Rocky Run would have required significant wetland impacts requiring a permit, the process required us to evaluate alternatives, which during which we identified Arpin as a practicable alternative.
Okay, so hypothetically, if Arpin had not been identified, then would it have been possible to construct Rocky Run because no better alternative existed, or would the project simply not have been buildable at that?
Objection, speculation, counterfactual.
Well, I'm gonna let the witness answer. I think there is something counterfactual in the statements I've been hearing, so I do want to get a straight answer to this. So let's read the question back.
Question, so hypothetically, if Arpin had not been identified, then would it have been possible to construct Rocky Run because no better alternative existed? Or would that project have, would that project not have been buildable at that point?
The Wisconsin DNR makes the determination as to what is permittable and what's not. I guess it's hard for me to answer a hypothetical question because practical alternative does exist. So I would have, I guess I don't know whether or not the applicants would have been able to obtain a permit to construct at Rocky Run at this point.
How many?
I guess that's where my confusion lies with the statement that Rocky Run substation is not a permittable alternative. That assumes that given the permitting standards, with your expertise, if you apply the permitting standards to Rocky Run, regardless of any other alternatives, it would not be permittable by the DNR. Is that what you're saying there?
The process to obtain a permit at Rocky Run
requires the applicants to consider to explain what other options are available to avoid wetland impacts and minimize them. If theoretically there were 0 other alternatives, I suppose the DNR would, could say it's not permittable, but that, you know, that. Right. That's a hypothetical, and I don't know what other options would be available.
The Rocky Run triggers a permitting process. Does Arpin also trigger a permitting process?
It does, yes, I do, as well.
So I think what the question was, if something else, so you can only say for certainty that Rocky Run is not permittable because there's a permittable alternative.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so. And in determining that Arpin was permittable, no analysis was ever conducted of the Dorhorst's entire dairy operation. True?
In determining that Arpin was permittable was based on the wetland alternatives on property.
Can we read the question now?
Sure.
Question, in determining that Arpin was permittable, no analysis was ever conducted of the Dorhorst entire dairy operation, true?
I think there was an earlier question and answer about this topic, and I indicated I'm not aware of analysis of the Dorhorst dairy.
Thank you, that's my questions.
All right, other questions?
Yes, Your Honor. Eyewitness Lee, we've met before, nice to see you.
Nice to see you.
Okay, I have a couple, 2 different areas, that I'd like to cover with you. One of them is about, tree clearing. So in your rebuttal, on page 3, lines 14 through 21. Thank you, Your Honor. You want to take a moment to just read those lines 14 through 21 in your heading? So it looks like you're saying it might be easier to do an incidental take as needed compared to avoidance. Is that right?
I wouldn't say it's easier to do an incidental take permit. It's just an option that we would like to have available should the need become necessary.
Okay, so you're not ruling out avoidance?
No, we're not ruling out avoidance.
Okay. Okay, and the other question on that topic, has ATC ever done an incidental take for birds before? For clearing?
I cannot think of an example. It may be possible, but if so, it would be quite rare.
Okay. Unintended. The other topic is seed mixes. So this one, you and commission staff witness Jim Treka have gone back and forth. In your rebuttal. Sorry, Judge Allen, there we go. Thank you. In your rebuttal, you clarified that the applicants don't consider the revised order condition offered by witness Treka to be similar to the ones applied in the past in Badger, Cooley, and Bailey. So I think we're just a little confused as we can see there are some differences, but I want to tease that out a little bit. So your response at lines 11 and 16, sorry, I think it's for this. Apologies, let me pull up a copy. There's a part of the testimony that says the applicants have no objection to an order condition that is similar to what the commission ordered for the Badger Coulee and Bay Lake project. Please that's not, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you. So, sir. Sorry.
Sorry.
Oh, I keep looking at her. That's why I'm not seeing it.
I think it's page one, bottom of page one of the Surfer rebuttal.
Thanks. Could you scroll down to line 11? The applicant have no objection. There we go. So the response here, it suggests that the applicants do not currently initiate contact with landowners regarding restoration. Is that right?
Correct. We don't routinely initiate contact with all landowners regarding restoration.
Okay, so how does it work in soliciting or receiving input in unique circumstances? Are those circumstances chosen by the applicants, by ATC, and then you're reaching out to target?
That's one way. There could be something that we observe that appears a little different, and we may seek out input from the landowner. The other would be, in my experience, landowners who have specific requests or expectations for restoration, make that known to ATC through one of a couple of channels of communication. One of which is all landowners are provided with a single point of contact who can receive questions and direct them appropriately. The landowners who have easements, land right negotiations, they will have a point of contact who remains available throughout the project, who could also direct those questions. And the third example I can think of is landowners who may be approached by construction personnel for access type of agreements or discussions about which way to access their property. That's a point of contact which would remain available to landowners throughout the project. And so each of those three are ways that we have seen landowners make their questions and concerns known to us.
That's really helpful, thank you. Are there also communications between the environmental monitors and the impacted landowners?
That would be more on a case-by-case basis. The environmental monitors don't have a specific responsibility for reaching out to landowners, but they may follow up with specific questions, or they may be approached by a landowner who sees them in the field.
Okay.
Sorry, by a landowner who sees them out in the field.
Okay, so the objection, I think, is just to soliciting input on this specific issue and not necessarily receiving it.
Right, we are open to receiving input from landowners.
Okay, and no objection, you've already said no objection to something similar. I don't know if anyone have come up with language that would be, I see that you've parsed out some of the Badger Coulee language there, but I'm not sure that sorry, with the timing of this, I haven't caught up, to know if you've, provided specific language for the commission's consideration.
I think the language in the Badger Cooley, from the Badger Cooley order would be fine. We haven't proposed, something
Okay,
specific.
okay, thanks, that was helpful, thank you. No further questions.
I was just curious, I mean, ATC doesn't, as a practice, reach out to landowners like you discussed. But in terms of an order condition that required ATC to do that, ATC would be willing to comply with that order condition. Is that right?
Sorry, can you say that again?
No, what we heard was, it would be burdensome. The claim is that it would be burdensome to reach out, but if they receive input.
Right, so it's the burden of contacting landowners is the
Contacting
basis.
and, the timing of it related to when the work would happen and making sure that, not all properties actually meet seed. So we reach out ahead of time just in case and bother a landowner with something that might not need to happen. If we waited until we know we need seed, that may, delay our ability to install it. Just the tracking of which landowners are gonna get what, have they been notified, have they responded? Maybe some properties would need one or more seed mixes because of the habitat on their land, so it becomes kind of a complicated endeavor to do on a project of this size, and we've seen landowners who have concerns are not shy about sharing that with us.
Okay, great, thanks. All right, redirect?
No, Your Honor.
No. All right,
Am I confused?
yes, thanks. Who's next?
The applicant's next call, David Kolarat.
Right hand, you swear or affirm the truth, the whole truth, but I need, speaking to the mic, please.
Good afternoon, Mr. Kolarat.
Good morning, or good afternoon.
Did you file or cause to be filed direct rebuttal, sir rebuttal in 2 exhibits in this proceeding?
I did.
If I asked you the same questions in your pre-filed testimony today, would your answers be the same?
They would.
Is your pre-filed testimony and exhibits true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
To my knowledge, yes.
Witnesses available for cross.
Okay, so this is Kolarat, right?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. So we do have a issue with the offered evidence, and as far as I know, we were beginning to discuss that prior with prior testimony, so just so we are clear, I had made the statement sort of quickly off the cuff that I was going to receive all the documents on the offered evidence list, but there does seem to be a little complication there with this exhibit. Also, normally I would, and I think normally I would ask this at the beginning of the hearing, but I think the practice is I'm able or sit ready to receive objections that are and resolve objections that are pending or allowed at the beginning of the hearing. That's what our rules state, but also in the pre-hearing conference memo, I'm sorry, the pre-hearing offered evidence memo, that's part of the process we go through, and you're informed about. But I think we kind of got through that a little quickly this time, so I am willing to hear an objection to the Kolarat 2 at this point, and but I just want to note for the future that usually we handle these things at the beginning of the hearing. So when we're bringing up documents during the course of questioning, we know that we've received them all. We can just move forward without delay. But So this witness is, we have this witness on the stand. There's no further testimony on direct. So I guess I'll hear the objection to Kolarat 2 now. So I think that's Attorney Musterberg. Did you have something to say on that?
Yes, thank you, Judge, and thanks for permitting this to come up at this point. So the objection to Exhibit 2 is that it was submitted with the sur rebuttal testimony of the applicants on Friday. And Mr. Kolarat's sur rebuttal testimony in particular. That sur rebuttal testimony at page 2, as I read it, includes Kolarat Exhibit 2 as sort of a further explanation of an issue that's discussed in the sur rebuttal testimony, which is the concerns of the village of Maryland related to communication systems. Kolarat Exhibit 2 is the applicant's own responses to the village's second set of discovery. And to that extent, it's technically hearsay because it's an out-of-court statement by the applicant, not being authored by a party opponent. But also, I'm not sure why it would be necessary to admit this entire document, which is inclusive of a number of topics as well as attachments that aren't included beyond just the communication system. So I think if the applicants had something to say about that issue in sur rebuttal, they should have just said that in the testimony and not attached their own discovery responses as to that and several other issues. And honestly, I don't think the document on that topic really adds that much beyond what is in the testimony. So those would be the village's objections to admitting Kolarat 2.
Okay, is it duplicative of what's in the testimony?
I think generally speaking, it is. There might be some details in the applicants, the Kolarat 2 on that topic that are not in the testimony.
Let me grab. Thought I had the document up there either. Then looking at Kolarat 2, let me just orient where I should go. Just where would the section for the communications response be, Attorney Musterberg?
Well, they didn't cite any particular page of the exhibit on that topic.
Okay.
But I think it starts at the response to is it 8? Yes, on page 11, and then it goes through. It potentially goes through the end of the exhibit, although I'm not sure what, again, in here. Well, it goes through page 14, and I'm not sure what in here they're particularly intending to refer to.
But your objections to the entire exhibit, not necessarily portions of it that are okay and that certain things shouldn't be offered. I guess I heard that maybe you're talking about things that are on topic with communications you weren't objecting to, but that's not what I'm hearing now. It's the whole exhibit.
Right, I think there is a basis to object to the whole document simply just because it is this out of court statement and it could have been done in testimony rather than referencing the document, but also to the extent that the discussion that is in the exhibit goes beyond the topic to which it is proffered, which is the communications, then we would object to the portions of the exhibit that do that.
Okay, all right, just want to be clear on the right here. So any response?
Yeah, Your Honor, thank you. I guess to the point, I mean, you know, I understand the point about hearsay, but I would note that Mr. Kolarat, as well as several other witnesses who have actually taken the stand today, signed their responses at the end as the person's making them. So, and they're here available for cross. So I don't really think that objection has any merit. I think there's a bit of irony with the village issuing a set of discovery requests about Mr. Kolarat. A lot of these questions on the communications facilities, and even some of the other questions are asking for more detail on statements in our rebuttal testimony. And we did provide more details, and I think that was just acknowledged. So I don't, and from that sense, I don't think it's duplicative at all. I think it provides additional color and information to the applicant's rebuttal testimony. Again, with respect to, you know, the non-communications related statements and evidence in here, you know, we did just have the village question one of our witnesses on the wetland impacts that were elsewhere in the document. So I think, you know, if your honor is inclined to strike part of the exhibit, that's a part that I think should certainly stay in. The other thing I'll note is that the village issued discovery to us, another set that was attached to Mr. Ruck's direct testimony. I guess I haven't looked at it to say for sure, but I think there's a lot in there that was also probably not, you know, directly responsive to what it was being offered for. And I guess the bottom line is, I think the entire document is probative. It speaks to and provides additional detail on issues that were raised in our rebuttal. I think as a whole, it does help fill out the record and would be valuable to the commission in making a decision. So I don't really think there's any basis to strike at this juncture.
Okay. So how do you respond to the probity issue? Is there something that's should not enter the record because has no probative value, or is it just timing? Is it a relevance? And what's the, I mean, if there is additional information based on this response that the commission can use and it's been put forth, I think the timing may be because it's a response to discovery, which we're allowing discovery to continue up until there really is no deadline. At some point it becomes not authorized, I guess, by some magic, but I mean, what's wrong with having the commission see information that's been provided in discovery that's come in at this point at the request of, you know, the questions were sent by the bill.
It's just my understanding of the timing and this coming in on Sursa rebuttal testimony, and that is something, as I understand it, is supposed to be limited to what was in the prior round of testimony, and this well exceeds that. You know, if the commission may find it probative, I don't know, but I think part of it is the timing, and I also think it's inapt to compare to, you know, an opponent putting in the discovery responses as opposed to putting in your own discovery responses.
That's true. You bet.
Judge, if I could just respond on one point there on the timing, and this coming in on Sursa, I mean, that's just kind of a product of where we were in the proceeding at the time. They had questions about our rebuttal. They served the discovery. And I do think it is responsive. I do think the whole document is frankly responsive to Mr. Ruck's rebuttal testimony, where he does raise additional concerns about the impacts to the school, about the wetlands impact, about the communication studies. I mean, everything in here is in some sense, I believe, responsive to Mr. Ruck's rebuttal. And again, to the extent that there's questions or whatever, the village can conduct cross-examination. So I just don't see the harm.
Okay. And in terms of the attachments, I mean, a party can offer a document that's you know, not complete, that's an excerpt, and then if necessary, and the other counterparty can offer the rest of those documents to complete the picture. So I mean, that's a process that's allowed. I don't know if we want to endorse it at this point, but certainly that's the statute allows. So I think on the basis that you described, Attorney Zop, I'm going to allow the Kolarat to enter the record. If there's something additional in the attachments that we need to receive, to complete the record, that we can review that. So, but I think I think although the applicant, so far as the hearsay objection goes, I don't know if that was a really strong objection, but I mean, we know that hearsay is not technically applicable to this proceeding. Although we want to make sure that we can test and verify statements being offered for the record, which I think we can do here because we have the witnesses who contributed to this document here today. Timing is unfortunate, but I think it does, we are trying to create a complete and accurate record as best we can, and the timing really is of no fault of anyone because of the way the rounds of testimony occurred and the way that the discovery process works in parallel to that. So there's been no delay in that situation. So I can allow that exhibit. I haven't reviewed it for the claims that Attorney Zappo is making, that it is responsive to rebuttal, but I'm going to take him at his word with that. And also, I think it seems logical to me that would be the case, and that the way around testimony flow and the way discovery is conducted, that this would be responsive to the prior rounds of testimony. So we'll let that in and we can proceed with questions on that document. And now it's time to do that. So we have questions for the witness. We can move on.
Judge, I just realized from your offered evidence list, you had one question about a document from the application that I meant to ask Mr. Kolarat before turning him over to Cross.
Okay, great. Yeah, why don't we go ahead with that?
Yeah, sorry. So, Mr. Kolarat, you should have a document there sitting at the stand that is the application exhibit, X applicant's application R1. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay. Can you turn to the second page under Appendix A? There's a line there for Exhibit 1, project construction location list. You see that?
I do.
Can you just explain what that is?
Yeah, as part of the filing requirements, we listed a document where we're going to be constructing the project. And due to the size of the project, it's not feasible to put it into a text format, so we listed it out in that Exhibit 1.
Okay, so this exhibit just refers to the areas where the project's being constructed.
Correct.
Okay, that's it, Judge.
Okay. And just for reference, so you'd be looking at what map would this then relate to in terms of the coordinates that you're giving on that table? So I can show you it's behind you. I haven't put it on the screen.
Yeah, to my knowledge, those would be shown in the figure 1 on the project maps, where those town range and sections should be identified.
The particular county. Where would the range and it's looking at a particular county, where would the range and the section be?
Yes, I do not see it on this exhibit. I might reference the incorrect one.
Okay.
But I believe we do have more detailed provided in the application that it would be shown
on more detailed maps, possibly.
Correct.
Okay. So that's probably good enough. Okay, great, thanks.
Yeah, and now the bill.
Oh, all right. So questions?
I can start this time?
Yeah.
Thanks, Judge. Good afternoon, Mr. Kolarat. I'm Krista Westerberg, representing the Village of Maryland.
Good afternoon.
I do have some questions for you on the, let's start with your rebuttal testimony at page 5. I'd like to direct your attention to lines 13 through 21. And is it fair to say this portion of your rebuttal testimony is responding to Mr. Ruck's testimony and exhibits concerning the location and proximity of transmission structures to certain features and structures within the village?
Correct.
And in your response, you say, I note that structure locations depicted in the applications are preliminary in nature, and the exact structure location will be determined during final engineering after the commission issues a decision. Did I read that right?
Correct.
In this case, when you're talking about structure location, are you primarily referring to poles?
Yes, pole spotting.
I want to understand from you how much the location of the poles and as applicable the lines themselves could move in final engineering. First of all, would it be possible, or is it a possibility that the right-of-way itself as depicted in the application would move in the final engineering process as it passes through the village?
Right away could be slightly tweaked based on survey data. The preliminary information was not survey verified, so upon survey verification, the alignment could be slightly tweaked to replicate the intent of the preliminary engineering.
Is there any other factor beyond survey, field surveys that could alter the location of the right-of-way as depicted in the application?
Yes, upon like constructability reviews or field verification, I believe as Mr. Valentine's explained, if wetland was determined or different underground fiber locate conflict was identified in the field, a structure could shift or would be required to shift.
Can you say on average how, when a structure shifts like a pole, how much it may shift as depicted from the final, between the application and the final engineering?
It would be dependent on the conflict that was observed.
What's the range by which a structure could vary in its location after final engineering?
I'm gonna object, I think it's asked and answered.
Overall. Depending on the structure type, that answer would vary. Our alignment would be set by our angled structures or dead ends. Our tangent structures could shift up and down the proposed right of way to make the design more efficient, more cost effective, ensuring that we meet code.
And I meant my question to refer to the shifting in feet, if you can say what the range is that you've seen before in projects by which a pole of the sizes proposed in the village could shift.
Sure, poles could shift up to 100 feet or more.
Okay. And they could shift north or south, east or west?
In theory, yes.
And that means the project center line could then move during project design, final project design, is that right?
Dependent on conflict, yes, the applicants do strive to keep the center line in the proposed right of way maintained throughout the project life cycle. And then the structures within the right of way could shift, but try to maintain the overall impact of the project.
It's true that the primary route through the village, the for the most part, it parallels the railroad, is that right?
Correct.
Which railroad operates the railroad line in that area, do you know?
I do not recall as I sit here today.
Do you know if the railroad, whichever one it is, has provided input on project alignment of the route as it passes through the village?
To my knowledge, we have not directly coordinated with the railroad.
Okay, is it your understanding that that discussion with the railroad may come at a later time after final engineering or some route selection, for example?
Yes, upon order at SPW, as they're building this half the project would coordinate with that railroad.
And it's possible that once the railroad is consulted, that the line could be, the project location could, or structures within the project location could be adjusted at their request as well, is that right?
In my experience and how the project alignment was developed, the poles are outside of the right of way, which have been received well by railroads as they are not directly impacting the railroad right of way.
Are you talking specific to this location or generally?
On this project, to my knowledge, we do not have any poles spotted within railroad right of way, which would help eliminate potential concerns from the railroad.
So that's based on your understanding of actual consultation with the railroad or just your experience with these projects generally?
My experience in general.
So sitting here today, you can't say whether or to what extent any of the pole locations in the village would move based on or based on final project engineering, is that right?
I cannot say definitely.
Is it possible that the, based on final project engineering or railroad request or anything we've talked about so far, that the line location could be shifted from the north side of the railroad to the south?
I would not anticipate that.
I have some questions for you about your rebuttal testimony at page 7. And line 16 to 19 as it relates to communication systems.
Right.
You note that after the commission approves the route, the applicants will conduct additional analysis to identify communications facilities and services such as those described by Mr. Ruck and determine what, if any, adjustments or mitigation measures are needed. Did I read that right?
You did.
Okay. Would those discussions or analyses, I should say, be conducted prior to construction, during construction, after construction, or any of the above?
I would say all of the above.
Do you know in this case when those discussions would occur?
Upon order, it will begin.
And I'd like to ask you about your testimony regarding the proximity of Lincoln Elementary School to the right of way as it passes through the village. And the discovery responses as they relate to that issue. Do you recall at what point you personally became aware of the location of Lincoln Elementary School relative to the routing?
Yes, I do not recall the exact date or time that I was became aware, but during the routing and setting process.
You don't recall specifically, but generally that would be, let me strike that and start over. Are you assuming that that's when you became aware, or do you recall actually becoming aware at that time?
I knew during the routing and siting process that we were on the other side of the railroad from a school.
Okay. And you say in your testimony, that. Find the spot here myself. At the bottom of page 6 of your rebuttal and the top of page 7, you discuss the elementary school. Actually, I think this is in your, I'm sorry, I'm kind of doing this on the fly because of these, the documents that have come in today, with the Kolarat 2. Could I turn your attention to that document, please?
Are you talking about the junior request?
Yes. And I'm going to turn your attention to page 9 and 10.
The record, Attorney Westbrook, to the extent you can cite to the response nomenclature that we have there, just to introduce the question, so like VOM, VR6, sort of, or you want to draw attention to, that would be useful to have on the.
Will do.
record.
And I don't know if this is the appropriate time to request this. I don't think I had mentioned the attachments to this document not having been proffered with the exhibit. I think many of them just summarize some of the data that's in the document request themselves and the responses. So I don't know that. And one of them is confidential, and I don't need that document, but I am interested in getting 2 VOM DR6 attachment A. And would ask that that be included. I don't know if that would need to be a separate document or exhibit for Mr. Kolarat.
Oh, yeah, let's go off the record for a second. That, yes, we did talk about that, and that's allowable to add to essentially a excerpted response, let's just say, and then we'll make the response fuller in terms of what we know has been filed. So. Oh, on Earth. So looks like there's 3 attachments to this discovery response. 3 filings, and one is, so attachment A, B, and A and B. Wait, is this all?
That's everything except the cost estimate detail that Miss Westerberg was referencing. So there's 4 attachments total. 4 attachments total.
Right, but didn't we say that all the responses were filed now?
All the attachments to these responses have been filed. Yeah, so there may be some, I mean, there's an A and B attachment for request number 3, I think. Sorry, I can't read from here.
Yeah, you're right, yeah. Attachment 3, DR3 has an A and B.
Right.
So one's a Excel, A is an Excel spreadsheet, B is a PDF. And then DR6 has an attachment A.
Right.
And none of these are confidential.
Yeah, and we'd be fine just attaching them to the end of this exhibit to get them into the record.
Yeah, and that's fine, but they're also data request responses, so they should have already been filed as a data request response. If they're
But
not,
I think they are. They're right, I mean.
Isn't there? I don't know.
Sorry, Judge.
So. Isn't there one that's confidential?
Yeah, and that's up there too. That's the DR2 attachment A. That's the one that has confidential because that's related to the process.
Okay, well, I mean, it's not filed confidentially.
We're off the record.
Yeah.
The confidential item had improper redactions and being told, I remember looking.
Bill should be on her.
Right, it would
Was
be
it-
marked unacceptable.
Was it not even accepted?
It was denied, but it would be marked unacceptable.
Yeah, Joe, I'm
Or
seeing
denied.
it. I don't know.
There's the, oh, wait, hang on, well, I cited, I have data requests, maybe I'll. Yeah, I have a filter and we.
Ms. Westerberg, which A do you want in?
Sorry,
Which A do you want in?
I was, it's the DR6A,
Oh,
or no, sorry. I believe that's right, DR6, it's whatever I said before, yeah, DR6A.
Thank you.
so you want DR6A, not DR2.
That's
DR2 is a different,
That's the confidential with the cost estimate, yeah.
okay.
So the ERC for mine is 558507.
Okay. That's. Okay, let's get back on the record. Yeah, okay, so we can, I don't know where the record is on this, but let's just say, we talked about the stuff. We're going to cure whatever objection there was to having a, excerpted response and make a more full response to, at the request of the village. So if we can refile a Kolarat Exhibit 2 to also contain 2 VOM DR6 attachment A to the back of that, and to the back of the existing exhibit, and then we'll have what we need for the record offered and received for that. So that's just going to be an exhibit offered and received today. So file that accordingly, and now we can move on with whatever else we have.
And just one clarification, Judge, should we file that as Kolarat 2R?
You did already. Yes, oh yes, now you should file that as 2R.
Got it.
Your Honor, we've been going for a couple of hours. Would this be a good time for our afternoon short break?
Well, let's finish with our witness and then we can. Break.
I don't have a lot, don't worry.
Okay. Yeah, let's try to be quick with that.
Yeah, right,
So let's move on.
okay. So. Mr. Kolarat, applicants were asking questions about the proximity of other transmission lines. High voltage transmissions lines to schools. And the document we've been referring to, that's Kolarat 2. In part, at least addresses that issue, correct?
Correct.
And you note in the response. To VOM DR6 at the bottom of page 9. That the CapEx lacrosse line is located approximately 420 feet from the edge of Prairie View Elementary School in Pullman. See that?
I'm just gonna object. I don't mean to make this more difficult, but I want to point out that the authors of this response are Jake Valentine and Tony Wendland. So this witness, I guess it would be a foundation objection that this isn't the appropriate witness to whom these questions should be directed.
Well, I will also note that I can ask some other questions because in Sir rebuttal, Mr. Kolarat talks about this exact topic on page 2 of his Sir rebuttal. Lines 2 through 7.
Okay, well, let's see what this witness can answer, and then we'll take questions from the other witness, at least one is still available, so.
Would you like me to rephrase the question, Judge?
Sure, that's probably. Yeah.
Mr. Kolarat, do you see the bottom of page 9 of the Kolarat Exhibit 2? Discussing Holman Elementary School?
I do.
Are you familiar with the citing of the CapEx across line? Just generally speaking, in that process, when that project was constructed?
No, that is an SPW facility.
Okay. And then same questions with the schools talked about on the next page, on page 10. the Institute of Technology and Academics. That was an ATC line in Milwaukee. Are you familiar with that project?
I was not directly involved in that.
Okay. Do you have any reason to know why the 345 kV line in that case would be located 54 feet from the edge of the school?
I do not, I do not.
Okay, but you would agree that Milwaukee is a more urban environment than Maryland?
There could have been other factors that played into the routing and siting of that line.
Okay. Same questions with respect to the Open Wing Learning Community School in Kenosha. That's an ATC 345 kV line. Do you know why that was located within 309 feet in that case in the school?
I was also not directly involved in that project either.
And would you agree there could be some specific siting considerations that influence the location of the line relative to the school? Site specific?
In theory, yes.
I'm going to direct your attention now to your server rebuttal testimony. And you talk about the location of the, you're responding here to Mr. Ruck's questions regarding the location of the project in the village relative to Lincoln Elementary School. Would you agree that top of page 2, lines 1 through 7 addresses that topic?
I do.
Okay. When you say that the applicants line 5, the applicants safely operate and maintain many high voltage transmission lines throughout Wisconsin that are located closer to homes, businesses, and other buildings than the project, and to the apartment building and school in this case. Are you basing that safely operate statement on anything in particular?
The applicants would meet code requirements on all of those other facilities to be able to safely operate and maintain those lines.
So that your testimony in this, the reference to safely operate and maintain refers to meeting the minimum clearance requirements by code, for example?
That is what I'm testifying in my certain note.
Other than that, is there any sort of ongoing monitoring that the applicants do to make sure their lines are not causing impacts to schools that you're aware of?
Objections, argumentative.
I don't think that's argumentative. I'm just asking what the basis for the statement is, if there's anything.
Go ahead. Applicants do have a maintenance department that takes care of the long-term inspections, maintenance program. That field verify that they're continuously safe to operate. But I'm not involved in those applications.
And when you say continuously safe to operate, you mean, again, meeting those minimum electrical requirements or minimum code requirements?
I would say that and overall structural integrity of the assets.
Does the school do anything to go back after the fact once a line is cited, or do the applicants do anything like go back and look at the impacts of the line after it has been cited to see if there's been, say, for example, a health impact for that school?
Object is vague. What do you mean by health impact?
Something beyond the minimum electrical requirements.
I still think that's vague.
Yeah, okay, I'll gonna sustain that objection. You'll need to be more specific.
Sure. Aside from the electrical code requirements and ensuring continuing compliance with those and structural integrity, is there any other monitoring that might be done of a line in proximity to school to determine whether there have been impacts of any sort to that school?
I'm gonna object is vague and overbroad impacts of any sort. I think you gotta be specific about what kind of impacts, and I also think the question assumes impacts without that necessarily being demonstrated.
I'm just saying generally speaking, is there anything beyond the two things the witness has already identified that the applicants monitor for to assess whether a line has been safely operated and maintained as the witness has testified?
And I'll allow that question.
To my knowledge, we do perform, post energization surveys to verify that our right of ways are able to be safely operated and maintained and to the standards.
What do those surveys entail?
They could entail ground survey from licensed land surveyors or LiDAR surveyors or LiDAR surveys that are conducted via aerial surveys via helicopter per se.
And at what point after a line is constructed are those surveys conducted?
I do not recall sitting here today.
Is it, can you say generally speaking, whether it's immediately after construction or if it's 5 years, 10 years later?
Objection has been answered.
I don't think so.
He just said he can't recall.
I'm saying if he can provide some,
That's pretty typical line of question. I'll allow that.
Can you read that?
Or we'll read it back.
Question, can you say generally speaking, whether it's immediately after construction or if it's 5 years, 10 years later?
With this being the SPW's side of the project, I cannot speak to their post-construction survey requirements.
if it were ATC, can you say what the timing would be of those surveys? You know, whether it's immediately after versus years later?
Typically with LiDAR, you want to fly those in either spring or fall time due to the vegetation being low. So depending on the time of in-service, it'd be either the following spring or fall, typically on the ATC's side after energization.
And aside from the 3 things that you have already mentioned as post construction monitoring, is there anything else the applicants do to safely operate and maintain high voltage transmission lines throughout Wisconsin when those are in proximity to schools?
I do not recall.
You're not aware of anything?
I'm not aware of anything.
That's all I have for this witness at this time. Thank you.
They're cross.
Yeah.
So, do we just take like a 5-minute break? Is that, yes? Okay, yeah, all right, well, let's make it, I think we have more to do than we kind of anticipated, so. But let's make it 10 minutes, because 5 minutes never works, so let's be here at 5 after 3. And yeah, I think that's yeah, I think that's right.
Yeah.
I've done it before. It's not under.
Everybody's. Right. My students are urging, but the bears is.
Uh-oh. Battery's tight. All right, it's 3:05. So it's busy. But we have Norcross for our witness, was, Attorney Olson gonna be taking the next stab at this? Yeah.
All right, good afternoon, Mr. Kolarat. My name is Attorney Eric Olson, and I'm here representing the Dorhorst family. Is it okay if I ask you a couple of questions?
It is.
So in this project, to the extent that it involves the expansion of the Arpin substation, the current plan is to demolish the existing bus ring and expand it to, I think what you call 1.5 bus ring. Is that correct?
It would be to move the 345 assets into the newly expanded yard at Arpin.
And would those assets also be expanded at that point?
Yes, we would be building out 345 ring to allow the new 345 lines that would come into the Arpin substation.
Will there be additional transmission pylons or poles to the south of and to the west of the newly constructed substation?
There are T-line assets, I think that's what you're referring to, that'll be, that's in the application as part of the routes, yes.
And how many will be? I think there's currently 2, right? How many will there be if you know after the project?
Objection.
Right, it's vague, how many what?
Of the of the poles. Right, doesn't it go diagonally out right now to the south and there's 2 poles?
I think we have maps that might help.
Well, to the extent this is on the record already, do we need to review it here at the hearing?
Okay, well, my question was, you stated that you did in your direct, Kolarat at 2, you stated that you were part of the team that did the electromagnetic field readings, right?
Correct.
And studies. Okay. Would you agree that it's not possible before the fact to fully predict how those fields will operate, particularly in conjunction with current flowing through the ground?
I'm gonna check this vague, I just don't understand the question.
Okay. What assumptions if any, did you make about how the electromagnetic fields would change with the expansion of the Arpin substation in relation to the property that used to belong to the old?
In the application as part of the filing attachments in the EMF, it should show the existing Arpin substation and a typical T-line asset. And then the new, I do not recall the existing exact location or the magnitude that it might have increased or decreased.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
All right, any other cross?
Commission staff has correct.
All right, go ahead.
My witness, Kolarat, and Sophia Rogers, and commission staff, how are you? Good. So our question is relating to the line of sight order condition. there's a standard condition that staff incorporated in Birchie's testimony, and you had responded with an alternative. Do you remember that? I can point you to it.
I do recall it, yes.
Okay, Judge, it's rebuttal. Page 2, lines 18 to 23.
Okay, off the record, that's Kolarat, or is it?
Yeah, Kolarat.
Oh, rebuttal. Okay.
Yeah, or it's direct and then Kolarat responded. Page 2, please, and then lines 18 to 23.
All right, there we go, thanks.
Thanks, that block text. Are we back?
On record, I don't think we should.
Oh, sorry.
Well,
Just making things up. So do you see, are you able to see the screen there? Or you haven't already? You proposed, prior to construction, the applicant shall conduct additional analysis. Can you explain what that additional analysis would include beyond what's already in appendix D? I apologize, I should back up. Let's start with, can you just explain what that additional analysis would include?
Sure, as part of the application, we did do a communication facility study, which identified potential communication facilities that could be impacted by the project. The next phase of that study, post order, would be to kind of re-verify the communication facilities that are existent in the project area, depending on the route that's selected. And then upon those, go into a second phase of the study that would look at potential issues and look at the potential loss or interference of those facilities and to see if they're acceptable by industry best practices or such as IEEE. And then phase 3 of those additional analysis would be the mitigation phase of those, that we would work with the communication facilities to potentially change something on their systems, or there's ways that we can mitigate it on the transmission line, pole spotting, or adding different assets to our transmission lines.
That's helpful. The communications study that you referred to, I think you said communications facility study, is that the same thing as appendix T exhibit 4 of the application?
Yes, sorry, misspoke. The communication interference study.
Great, okay. Thanks, Judge, for that on the screen. Turn around. So is it your understanding that the standard order condition goes beyond what you're describing?
The way I recall, the standard order condition was vague and talked about the mitigation impacts to the line of sight communications. While communication interruptions can be broadcast or line of sight, which I think we were trying to hit on that there's different type of analysis that can be done for those respective communication facilities.
Okay, and so a landowner could still bring forward an issue under your proposed order point?
Correct, we would continue to work with landowners to address any issues during the project, post-project, et cetera.
Thanks, that's all we have, thank you.
All right, other cross? Redirect?
Thanks, Judge, just some brief redirect. Mr. Kolarat, the Village of Maryland, asked you some questions about the project alignment in the area of the village and how it might shift. Remember that line of questioning?
Correct.
Who is gonna be constructing and operating the project in this area?
That would be NSPW.
Okay. So NSPW would be responsible for making final decisions about the specific route alignment in the area?
Correct.
And that would include coordination with the railroad, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Just staying on that topic, are you familiar with minor routing adjustments?
I am.
Judge, can we pull up commission staff Andrew Kraft's testimony direct, page 20?
Sure.
Thank you. Perfect, thanks, Your Honor. So Mr. Kolarat, I'll direct you to the screen here. And I'll just give you a chance to review that language under Romanet 2. And just let me know when you're finished.
Object to the testimony. I think this exceeds the scope of redirect, or so it exceeds the scope of cross. We haven't asked any questions about the testimony of the craft. I don't think anyone has.
That's true, but there were questions about the extent to which the alignment will shift, and this order condition is relevant, highly relevant to that issue.
I think, okay, well, I'll allow follow-up questions if you need it, but I think they're clarifying the record for this, in this topic, this limited item is reasonable. So let's proceed, and then if you need to ask follow-up questions, I'll allow it, Attorney Westwood. So I need to show you the rest of that page. Let me know when you begin.
Okay, is this proposed order condition consistent in your experience with what you've seen on other transmission projects?
Correct.
Does ATC intend to comply with this condition? Okay. Okay. That's all I have, Judge.
Okay, so just to be clear, the village, as the project pertains to the village, it's NSP that would need to be compliant with.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah.
We didn't ask that question. That's just wanted to point that out.
Yeah.
Okay, so, all right, so did the village have any follow-up for that?
No, thank you.
All right. Okay, so that's it. You're next. Thank you. So we can take the next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. NSBW calls Mara Ashman.
Or first, the whole thing.
Thank you.
All right. Go ahead.
Sam, can you please describe your responsibilities at NSPW?
Good afternoon, my name is Mara Ashman. I'm the Regional Vice President of Rates and Regulatory Affairs for Northern States Power Company, Wisconsin. In the context of this proceeding, I am one of a team of many who is helping NSPW and ATC, Ruby and Simba acquire the CBCN for this project.
Did you prepare and cause to be filed direct testimony in this case?
Yes, I did.
And if I ask you the same questions today, would your answers be the same with respect to the point in time in which you filed that testimony?
My answers would be the same, true, they were true and correct at the time that I filed them, yes.
And do you have an update to any portion of your testimony at this time?
Yes, I do.
Please describe that after.
At direct applicants Ashman, page 4, starting at line 15. I explained that NSPW anticipated it would share its ownership of the NSPW segment as tenants in common with Whitby and Simcoe, Wisconsin. But I explained that the agreements hadn't been finalized and that they were expected to be finalized in the summer or fall of this year. The update to my testimony is that that agreement has now been executed fully, and it was effective on August 15th of this year.
Are the material terms you described in your testimony the same as in the final executed agreement?
Yes, they are.
Is NSPW asking for, let me change that question. What is NSP asking the commission to do in light of this executed agreement?
In light of this executed agreement, the company is asking that if the commission decides to grant CPCN for the Grid Forward project, that it name ATC, NSPW, Whitby Energy, and Simcoe, Wisconsin LLC as owners of that project.
At the beginning of this hearing, we talked about entering that document into evidence as exhibit 1, and is that your intent?
Yes, it is.
Witnesses available for cross.
Okay, thanks very much. Any questions?
One question, Your Honor.
Okay.
It's about the silver mount, I'm sorry, witness Ashman, I'm Sophia Rogers, we know each other, nice to see you, yes, witness. Just one question about the Silver Mound, district, we have a, total cost number for how much, avoiding that district would be, has MSPW prepared, a number specific to Wisconsin's allocation? So I believe you're referring to the cost of the route through Silver Mount and then an alternative route, and what costs will be allocated to NSPW and what costs will be allocated to its affiliate NSPM. Is that accurate? Actually, I was looking for the MVP, the allocation under the MISO tariff, so I'm not sure that I'm on the same page with that. But if that's what you've prepared, I think we can work with it. Yeah, by way of background in company witness Mr. James Oran's testimony, he describes the federally accepted interchange agreement. It's an agreement between Northern States Power Company, Wisconsin, and its affiliate NSPW. Under that agreement, which has been in effect since the 1970s, the NSPM and NSPW plan, operate, and share in the costs of a joint production and transmission system. Consistent with that, when there's a transmission project like this, the costs of that are shared. Generally speaking, as a rule of thumb, 85% of the costs are paid for by Northern States Power Company, a Minnesota corporation, and 15% of those costs are paid by Northern States Power Company, a Wisconsin corporation. So can you, it sounds like you're not prepared to tell me today what Wisconsin ratepayers would ultimately pay as part of the multi-value project rate cost for the state of Wisconsin. And that's okay, I think wires get crossed, but that's.
Ms. Rogers, now that I understand more fully what you were getting at, I don't think we're gonna have a PBRR for you, but I think we could talk generally about how the costs will be allocated. There's an allocation among the NSPW companies, then there's an allocation affected by the MISO tariff.
Yeah,
If we could have a late filed exhibit, we can do that general high level calculation and submit it. I would offer that it should be in a RAND exhibit.
okay,
I don't think he has one yet, so it would be a RAND
one,
one.
So let's just, so I'm clear, that would just be the cost of the total project, then broken down by allocations that you described, or are we talking about the increment for the Silver Mounds reroute?
Your Honor, I think what we would be able to do is provide general percentages of capital costs that would be allocated to MISO versus NSBW specifically. I don't think we'll get an exact number that it's X dollars for this alternative or Y dollars for that, although we can do that math.
Okay.
I just don't know that we'll drill it down.
and I'm not sure what we already have. Let's talk a little bit further, if I could confer,
Yes, you guys can confer, I'll mark it for now, and then if there's a decision to go forward with that, just file it. If there's a decision not to, just file a letter saying.
yeah,
We've agreed not, it's not.
thanks, Your Honor, and thank you. I don't have anything further for you.
Okay. So any other cross? No. All right, how about redirect? Thanks very much. You're excused.
NSBW calls Mr. Tony Lemon.
All right. Okay. So, no, speak the whole truth, not the truth. Yes, I do. All right. Right.
Mr. Woolman, will you please introduce yourself and describe your role in the Great Forward project?
I'm Tony Wendland. I'm a project director for NFPW. And I oversee the project team that worked on development of the NSPW segment of this project.
Did you prepare and cause to be filed the direct testimony and the oral testimony in this case?
Yes, it did.
If you were asked the same questions today, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
All right, there were some questions in the exhibit list from the judge about a portion of your rebuttal testimony. I'd like to direct you there now. Judge got there faster than. Bottom of line 5, there's a question about the village's concerns regarding property values and potential restrictions on future land use and development. Do you recall that question?
Yes.
What was the basis for your statement that NSP has not seen that transmission lines hinder development?
As an example, I provided the 345 kV loop around the Minneapolis, St. Paul metro area and the development that has occurred around that transmission line. And also personally, in the town that I live in, the double circuit 345 kV line that runs right through the parking lot of many businesses, as well as adjacent to a senior living apartment center that are all right up against the right of way of the 345 kV, double circuit 345 kV transmission line. So it's just kind of a statement that a transmission line like this isn't necessarily going to prevent development around it.
I will ask the judge if I have laid an appropriate foundation to address his concerns.
Not quite, but I mean, if anyone else has issues with this, I mean, I think what we would normally see is some sort of, if you're gonna make a statement comparison, comparing things to each other, there'd be an apples to apples comparison, so I'm not sure you can compare the village of Maryland to Twin Cities. That was my major, reaction to that. I don't know how you can draw that comparison and this is about property values.
Your Honor, our understanding was that the village had a concern that if you put up a line, then development will cease. And this was simply an example to say that's not been our experience. Here are two examples.
I think that was one example in the written testimony.
Yep, I have two now.
Well.
Nor has Maryland's testimony to justify that development will cease. It's speculative conjecture, so I think there's a foundation problem on both of them if that's the basis for your objection, Your Honor.
I don't think that was the testimony exactly, but I don't think we said it will cease, but it would hinder development.
And if I could just be here briefly, I mean, I think I understand Your Honor's concern, but the village raised a concern about development in their property, understanding the village of Maryland is different from the Twin Cities. The statements is directly responsive. It seems really to go more to the, the weight and credibility. The commission can, decide how much weight to assign to the statement, but I don't think it's a basis to strike it from the record.
Did the village introduce the Twin Cities into the?
No, they, as Ms. Agramonte noted, they argued that the existence of the project within the corporate limits could hinder development on some undeveloped property along the route. And I think this is directly responsive to that concern. Maybe it's not persuasive for the reasons that you know, but I think it's relevant and responsive, and the commission can assign the weight that it thinks is appropriate.
Okay, I don't wanna beat this to death. I mean, it doesn't even say, I mean, I guess part of the problem is this doesn't say that this is undeveloped land that was developed after the transmission line was, it assumes many things that I don't know, and I don't know if anyone just reading that testimony would know. So for example, does it say that that the transmission line was built on undeveloped land in the Twin Cities? And that development occurred after the line was installed? I mean, no, I don't, no, it's in the testimony. That's what I'm talking about, apples to apples comparison. So I think just for sake of fairness, in terms of having testimony be filed in rounds of written according to this written schedule, I mean, I just can't allow that to be responsive to what I don't believe it's responsive to what the village is talking about, nor does it have, still, I just don't think we can provide foundation for it now. If my question was really, how is this gonna work? And I don't think it does. So I'm gonna strike that section because I don't think it's gonna be apples to apples comparison. So it's gonna lack probative value, and so I think that, I mean, so everything from page 522 to page 6. Line 2 ending in lines. So that reference to the Twin Cities, we're gonna have to strike that. So you just want to X that out, but the actual X is across the line, so it can be read. Okay.
Sorry, Your Honor, are you asking us to refile?
Yes, I'm asking you to refile. Probably all gonna need to strike out, the statement that was added in. So you'll see that on the record as on the transcript as X out.
One moment, please.
Yeah.
Mr. Wetland's available for cross.
Okay, questions? Reviewers, but
Okay, thanks, Your Honor. Witness Wetland, we met at Holy Scott, similar hearing. I'm Sophia Rogers for attorney for commission staff. And I would just like to know a little bit more about the Silver Mound, archaeological district, options before the commission. Judge, could we go up to bottom of page 3? Witness Wetland, that's at the bottom of this page, what it might look like to just go through the district in consultation with SHPO and make accommodations as needed. And you provide some timelines and some uncertainty here, so we'd like to just firm up what that option looks like. Well, first of all, is this still the best estimate of timing? You say 2 to 4 months for field work, data processing, reporting, and approval, and then maybe another, I think, 6 to 9 months. Correct?
Yeah, from a schedule standpoint, yes, that's still accurate.
Okay, so can you comment, can you compare that with going around the district in terms of delays or cost? In other words, isn't it easier to just avoid the whole thing?
From a cost perspective, we provided estimates.
You provided estimates for the reroute.
Okay.
But do you have an estimate of how much it might cost not to do the reroute? I mean, I understand the project cost includes a presumption of.
Yeah, I think unless we find during these surveys some artifacts or things that SHPO have, like, that causes like some other level of investigation or a thing that we can't mitigate with like moving a structure. Our estimates would cover the cost. Our current estimate for the primary route would cover the cost of these surveys.
So the 2 to 4 months of fieldwork data processing, reporting, and approval, that's covered.
Yeah.
The only part that's uncertain is the 6 to 9 months of surveys.
Yeah, I would say that the survey, like the cost of those surveys are gonna be low enough where our contingency would cover them, it's not gonna be impactful for the project.
Okay, I think that's all I had. I guess, since there is uncertainty here, in the event that costs were higher than, is it possible that, costs could actually go past the number that you've estimated for the route?
Yeah, like the 4.8 million for the primary
I
route.
think that was the high end and the low end was like 1.49 or something.
Yeah, I think that's for the alternate route, but yeah.
Oh, I see, so. I see. The 4 million is the number for the proposed.
Right. I believe so.
Okay, so you don't think, it's likely, but it's possible?
Yeah, I think it's like anything's possible, but
Okay.
I would say it's not anticipated
Yeah.
that would get even close to that.
Great, okay, and are you saying that based off any experience that you've had in this area of archaeological mitigation?
No, but in talking with a consultant about this, it seems reasonable that we would be able to, like, if there was an issue, it's gonna be like very localized, and potentially this is all in a straight line, all our structures are in a straight line, so they're all tangents, so like potentially could move structures in line to mitigate an issue if we found artifacts in the area. So it
Yeah.
just seems unlikely that we would run into something that would be like that would raise to that level of
Yeah.
cost.
That makes
Like
sense.
very unlikely.
Thank
Sorry,
you.
the cost of
The
the last couple words.
to raise to the level of the cost of the alternate route.
Oh, you think at the very end you said it was very unlikely.
Very unlikely, yeah. Yeah, sorry.
I don't have any further questions. Thanks, all the witness.
All right, Rita?
I have some questions. Thank you, Your Honor. In light of the Kolarat two exhibit coming in, good afternoon, Mr. Winland. I'm Krista Westerberg here for the Village of Maryland.
Well,
Were you here for the testimony of Mr. Kolarat?
yes.
Okay. And actually, before we get into that, I want to direct your attention to your direct testimony, page 5. Lines 15 through 20.
Yep.
And here you say that generally speaking, an SPW expects to follow a similar construction process as ATC, is that right?
Yes.
And would you say that that answer would apply to the adjustments that may occur after final engineering to pole location and other changes as Mr. Kolarat testified to earlier today?
Generally, yes, but I'd like to clarify one point, I guess.
Does it have to do with the Village of Maryland?
Yes.
Okay, and what is that clarification?
At one point you asked if the poles would be moved like north, south, east, or west
Yes.
from our preliminary design, to final design. I think we have within the order, we would have the ability to move poles in line, but not out of line of our center line without coming back for some sort of review. That minor alteration review, so I just want to clarify that point, like. We wouldn't be able to just move off of the center line, which would drastically change the easement area. Like moving the route from the north side of the railroad to the south side of the railroad, which would impact the landowners. We'd have to come back for a review in front of the commission to get that done, so we wouldn't. That's just a clarification I'd like to make, yeah.
Was there any other aspect of his testimony that on the adjustments after final engineering design that you disagreed with or that requires clarification?
No, I think it was just that one.
Okay. And do you recall which railroad it is that passes through the village that this route would follow?
Do you mean who owns it or the location of it?
Who owns it?
I don't know who owns it.
Okay. Does that mean you've not spoken with or consulted that railroad about alignment through the village?
Not that I'm aware of.
And then I'd like you to turn your attention to Kolarat 2. Exhibit 2, which will be just the written portion of the responses.
I don't have that in front of me, so.
I have a printed copy, unless the one that Mr. Kolarat had is still up there of the written responses.
Judge, may I?
Yes, go ahead. Oh, serious.
Yeah.
Okay, and I would like you to turn your attention to the bottom, to the response to 2 VOM VR6. And the bottom of page 9 to the top of page 10. Okay.
Yeah.
And I'm asking you the same question I asked, Mr. Kolarat, and he deferred to NSPW as the developer of the CapEx lacrosse line in La Pullman. Do you have any, recollection of any special siting considerations with respect to that line, as it related, to Prairie View Elementary School?
I'm not aware of it.
Was that, before your time at NSPW or?
I worked on that project, but not in that capacity.
Okay. Okay. So there could be some considerations you just don't know one way or the other. Okay. And then, I'm not sure, Judge, if the testimony, the verbal testimony came in about the town where Mr. Wendland lives and the 345 KV line there.
I'm gonna strike that.
Okay, thank you. Well, just generally speaking, Mr. Wendland, have you been to Maryland before?
Yes.
Was it in the context of this project?
Yep.
And do you know approximately the population of the village of Maryland?
I don't.
Okay. Did you know it was referred to as a Christmas tree village before you read Mr. Ruck's testimony?
Not before I read his testimony, no.
And when you visited the village, had the siting location, the primary route location been selected already?
Yes.
That's all I have, thank you.
Other cross. Redirect.
Redirect, Karen.
No, thanks very much.
Thank you.
Okay, so off the record, we have staff left. Any other, we don't have any other party witnesses, right? Oh,
We would like to just call Dr. Gerani and Fred Dorhorst quickly. Oh, sorry, this one off. If that's okay.
sure. That's great. I didn't realize you wanted to do that. So yeah, let's go ahead and call your witness.
All right. I think Dr. Gerani should be on Zoom.
Yes. I believe so.
Yes, I am.
So if you could get your camera on and we can see you up here. I see you there. Okay. Perfect. All right, got you there. All right, raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, and just hang on, we're gonna switch the microphone around. That may help. Okay. Go ahead, Attorney Olson.
Dr. Gerani, did you prepare written testimony in this case consisting of direct testimony and 3 exhibits?
Yes, I did.
If I asked you those same questions today here on the road, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
Were you listening to the Zoom earlier today when Mr. Basky from the applicants was testifying?
Yes, I was listening. Yes.
Okay, and directing your attention to the part of Mr. Basky's testimony where he was talking about potential remediation measures for stray voltage problems. And his testimony was that in all the matters that he was involved in, those remediation measures have been successful. What comment, if any, do you have on that?
In fact, I have a direct experience with one situation in Wisconsin that basically we had a problem with a stray voltage, and the solution was very difficult to achieve, and it was very time consuming, and finally the solution was not complete. We could not remedy the stray voltage problem completely.
Okay.
So basically my answer would be that there is no guarantee that if the problem occurs, there is a solution that can completely address the issue.
With that, the witness is available for cross.
Okay, any cross for the witness? Nothing? All right. Okay, thanks very much. You're excused.
Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. Can we go off the record a second before Mr. Dorhorst testifies? I would just like to ask, now, I would like, this morning, you have your, there was some testimony about the questionnaire from, Befeld.
Yes.
Docket.
Yeah.
I would like to put that questionnaire into the record as, Dorhorst 1.
So
It may
I
already.
think they're the appendix to the AIS has the questionnaires in them.
It does, yeah. I actually looked this up, it's on page 44. Appendix 1. Yeah.
So we don't have to do that next. Okay, so it's appendix.
It's appendix 1 to the AIS, and it was on page 44 of the PDF.
So if you see the, yeah, so the AIS exhibit has these links, so you just wanna look at the appendix 1, the middle.
It's PSC reference number 524.05. 524.05. Page 44.
Okay, well, I believe you guys do.
No, does it have the attachment as well?
It has,
The questionnaire and the attachment.
yeah, I think it does.
Right.
Let me just double check, just make sure I'm not. Lying. So it has something that starts
Yep.
with number 4.
Okay, all right, good.
Okay.
Okay, you can go ahead and take the witness. I'm sorry, what did you say the reference symbol?
That was 524.905.
Let's raise your hand, raise your right hand, you swear or affirm for truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth.
Yes, thank you.
All right, just speak into the mic, I'm just gonna move that closer. As I keep moving it around. All right, go ahead.
Okay, Mr. Dorhorst. Did you prepare testimony in this case consisting of one, direct testimony? Okay. And if I asked you the same questions in that direct testimony today, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
Right. Directing, you've been here all day in these proceedings, correct? Okay. And given that you've been here and listened to the direct testimony, have you heard anything that would change your opinion that your family's dairy facility will need to be relocated if this Arpin substation is expanded as proposed? Has anything changed your mind that you heard here today?
With how they talk about the possible stray voltage and stuff like that, yes.
And what's that?
Just because of how close everything is gonna be in proximity to our buildings and barns and animals themselves.
So, with that, the witness is available for cross.
Just want to clarify, you said yes, I think, to the answer, so it's that he doesn't.
Oh, I see, it was a double negative. Okay, so to be clear, you do still feel that the dairy facilities and your family's home would have to be relocated?
Oh, we understood. Okay, great. So any cross? Nothing? All right, thanks very much, your excuse. Oh, so any other parties want to call their witnesses, even for verification purposes? This is your last chance. Okay, nobody? All right, so commission staff, let's go off the record. I'm assuming we'll have a number of questions for some of these witnesses. It's 4 o'clock now. We probably want to end around 5 today and then switch to the next day, so we're not totally wiped out in one day. So in terms of crossing, Staff witnesses, how much cross do you think we're gonna have?
I don't think the applicants have any problem.
Nobody,
Right.
nobody identified any of the remaining witnesses.
Oh, really? That's right, we did that cabinet, so
Yeah.
no one else, okay,
Yeah.
so. Should we take a chance and we'll try getting through the staff witnesses, see if there's any questions
Let's do
here,
it.
but hopefully not, so, all right, let's get on and. And we can probably do this. So just call your witnesses.
Commission staff, calls Will Cobble to the stand.
Raise your right hand, please swear or affirm, so prove the whole. I do. Go ahead.
Witness Cobble, did you prepare and file or cause to be filed direct testimony in this case?
Yes, I did.
And did you also, prepare, exhibit PSC Cobble 1?
Yes, I did.
And are the statements and representations in the testimony and exhibit you filed true and correct?
Yes,
Do you have any additions or modifications at this time?
yes.
Go
I
ahead.
have on page 2, line 11, a correction of misspelling.
Is that in your testimony, page 2?
Yeah, page 2. Okay, on line 11, it should read direct CW Gallagher instead of Gallagher.
Okay, are we all set on that, Judge?
Yeah, it's on the record.
Okay, okay, great, no further questions.
All right. Great, any questions for the witness? No, all right, so just a reminder, when we get their corrections in on their errata, but go ahead, your excuse, thanks.
Commission staff calls Bert Sheed.
There are affirmed, so truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I do.
Okay.
Did you prepare and file or cause to be filed, direct testimony in one exhibit in this case?
Yes, I did.
Are the statements and representations in your testimony and exhibit true and correct?
Yes, they are.
Do you have any additions or modifications at this time?
No, I do not.
No further questions.
Any cross? No, your excuse, thanks.
I think Paul Ron, oh, there he is. We call, Paul Ron to this team.
You swear or affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I do.
Witness Ron, did you prepare and file or cause to be filed direct testimony in this case?
Yes, I did.
Are those statements and representations in the testimony that you filed true and correct?
Yes.
Do you have any additions or modifications at this time?
No, I don't.
No further questions.
Any cross? Thanks for your excuse.
Commission staff calls Andrew Kraft to the stand.
Yes, you just need to, no, there you go. That's fine. Okay, excellent. See there, raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Witness Kraft, did you prepare and file or cause to be filed direct and rebuttal testimony in this case?
Yes.
And did you also, cause to be filed the final EIS exhibit?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and are the statements and representations in the testimony and exhibits you filed true and correct?
Yes.
So this witness is also adopting the testimony of Ken Rainier. Ken Rainier, R-I-N-E-E-R. So can you also verify the Rainier direct, please? To your knowledge, did witness Rainier prepare and file his direct
Yes.
And are the statements and representations in that testimony true and correct?
Yes.
Okay, and why are you adopting, Mr. Venier's testimony today?
Mr. Rainier left the commission in July 2025.
And, you took over, can you explain when you took over from, Mr. Rainier? Why are you the one who has the honor of replacing, Mr. Rainier?
Sure, I'm the environmental review coordinator for this docket. So I reviewed his work and that's why.
Okay, and so you've independently reviewed the application and data request responses that he reviewed as well?
Yes.
Thank you. And do you have any additions, or modifications to your testimony or exhibits?
No.
Okay, no further questions.
All right, any cross? Thanks, you're excused.
Thanks. Commission staff calls Dr. Grant to the stand.
Can you hear me and see me?
I can hear you, but I can't see you.
There we go.
There we go. There. All right. Swear you in, raise your right hand. You swear or affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I do.
Okay, go ahead.
Dr. Grant, did you file, or Codsby filed direct and rebuttal test? I'm sorry, yes, direct rebuttal testimony and one exhibit in this case?
Yes, I did.
Are the statements and representations in the testimony and exhibit, you filed in this case true and correct?
Yes, they are.
Do you have any additions or modifications at this time?
No.
Open, or no further questions?
Okay, any cross questions for the witness? All right, thanks, you're excused.
Commission staff calls Kyle McLaclin to the stand.
Good afternoon.
Hi there.
Good afternoon.
I'm gonna swear you in, raise your right hand. You swear or affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Okay.
Witness McLaclin, did you prepare and file or constitute filed direct and rebuttal testimony in this case?
Yes.
Are the statements and representations in the testimony that you filed true and correct?
Yes, they are.
Do you have any additions or modifications at this time?
Not at this time.
Okay, did you hear Attorney Westerberg's cross-examination of ATC witness Valentine today, including a line of questioning on wetland impacts?
Was this in regards to the village's alternate route that was proposed? Is that?
Yes, it's the.
Yes.
Just for clarification, can you provide comment as to whether DNR has reviewed that alternative?
The department has not reviewed the alternative route. Typically, these projects go through a wetland consultation process for identifying wetlands within a project boundary, and this alternative route was not reviewed under those premises, nor were the potential impacts reviewed by DNR.
Okay, so you would not be able to make any comments on the wetland discussion earlier today?
No, I would not.
Okay. Similarly, did you have opportunity to review an alternative substation location as part of this application?
Very generally speaking, reference to the alternative substation was referenced in the overall practical alternatives analysis that was provided for the Arpin substation, but there was not an alternative substation proposed as part of siting for this project.
Thank you. No further questions.
Any cross? No. So just so I was clear, witness McLaclin, so in terms of the Arpin substation, that's the only substation proposed for this project at that location that you've seen filed in the case.
Correct. Yes.
Okay. All right. That's probably. All right, any cross then? Okay. That's fun. And
Thank you. Our last witness of the day.
oh, really? Okay, so let me excuse,
No, I'm
let me
sorry.
excuse you.
The last one
And,
you're for.
Yeah, I think there's.
I meant I was about to call the last one, but I lied about that too. So we.
Don't get ahead of yourself.
Yeah, I know.
That's one. Okay.
Ready for the next one. Commission staff calls, Mark Ripki to the stand.
Okay. See you there. Raise your right hand. And do you swear or affirm tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right.
Witness Ripki, did you file or possibly file direct testimony in 2 exhibits in this case?
Yes, I did.
And are the testimony and exhibits that you filed true and correct?
Yes, they are.
Do you have any additions or modifications at this time?
Yes, both of my exhibits contain external links, so I'll be adding a statement that those links are not part of the record.
Great. No further questions.
All right. Any cross? Thanks very much. You're excused.
Commission staff calls Stacy Rowe to the stand.
Here you are. All right. Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm tell the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
No, go ahead.
When there's a little quiet for me, I think we were putting the mic over it.
Sure, yeah.
Somehow we got away with it. Yeah,
Yeah, way with it.
I guess I could.
Oh, yeah.
Only. Thanks, Judge. Did you just swear the witness in?
Yes, with this one.
Thanks. Witness Rowe, did you prepare and file or possibly file direct testimony and serve rebuttal in this case?
Yes, I did.
And are the statements and representations in the testimony and exhibits that you filed true and correct?
Yes, they are.
Do you have any additions or modifications at this time?
No, I do not.
No further questions.
Any questions? Okay, thanks. You're excused.
Thank you.
This is the last one now. We called Jim Treka to the stand.
Okay, see you there. Raise your right hand. You swear or affirm tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, go ahead.
Witness Treka, did you prepare and file or cause to be filed direct testimony, serve rebuttal testimony in this case?
Yes, I did.
Are the statements and representations in the testimony you filed true and correct?
Yes, they are.
Okay, and do you have any additions or modifications to your testimony at this time?
No, I do not.
Okay, did you hear my cross-examination of ATC witness Amy Lee today?
Yes, I did.
And you heard our discussion of the Sequence's order condition?
Yes, I did.
Are you prepared to offer order condition language for the commission's consideration if it wishes to order something similar to what was provided in Badger Coulee and Bay Lake?
Yes, I am. Alternative language the commission could consider follows. The applicants shall consider landowner input if provided when designing their site-specific restoration plan. If the degree of ground disturbance necessitates supplemental seeding, landowner input may include supplemental seed mixes to be used.
No further questions. Open to cross.
Questions? All right, thanks very much. You're excused.
Thank you.
All right, all of our witnesses.
One day.
Your Honor, if I can have just 30 seconds with Ms. Rogers, I sent her something I think may take care of the Arandics, repot.
Okay, let's go off the record. We got plenty of time now.
Yeah, we do.
Ruck, come with some more emotions, some more reflections.
Just clarify,
This lady snaps. This is like.
one for one.
First here, yeah, there's people who are there, yeah. Missed that.
And then we did, okay. That makes sense, and this is the other, that's fine. Okay, so that, then, it seems to be. That's okay. It's okay. No, that's, thank you. We're good, Judge.
Anything we need for the record then on that?
We don't need the extra exhibit because it's addressed in Iran's testimonies.
So let's, because I've
Yeah.
already marked it, let's get that
Yeah.
on record. So let's get on the record and just discuss the Iran one exhibit that was proposed. Anyone have a update on that?
Yes, commission staff and NSPW's council just conferred and there's been more need for an Iran exhibit line. Because NSPW's council has identified a portion of Iran's direct testimony that addresses the question that was asked. The multi-value costs flow through to Wisconsin's, to NSPW's Wisconsin customers at 1.8% of total. And that, as we understand it, applies 1-to-1 and it would apply to the Silver Mound reroute.
That's my understanding, because it'd be part of the MVP.
It would be part of the,
MVP.
that's what that.
Okay, excellent. So, so we have all our witnesses, we provided, yes, we have everything verified. We'll expect filings, refilings and new filings, on our deadlines that were set in the, hearing conference memo. Anything else we need to address before we adjourn? Yep, all right, thanks very much. Oh, and, we'll maintain the timing that's in the pre-hearing conference memo. So basically it assumes that we were gonna go 2 more days in the hearing, so deadlines are pushed out to that time period. Any questions about that?
So if there was no little note and we're good.
Okay, I think there might have been something for you guys, but yeah, oh, yeah, no little notes for you, you're right. You guys already got your refilings, so yes, you're good to go. Okay, thanks very much. All right, thanks very much, everyone, we're adjourned. Take care. Thank you.
Thank you.